Amore Pete's King, serving Rockville since 1972. Dine in, carry out, or drive up window. Come and see us. Thank you, Rockville, for 50 years of business.
Okay, we're ready to call to order. Welcome to 2023 budget hearings. We have Councilman-elect Tom Rohr here. Thank you for coming, Tom. We're glad you're here. Auditor-elect Marianne Woods here. We asked her to be here so she can hear some of the topics for today. So with that, Debbie, Soil and Water.
So I'm here on behalf of the Soil and Water Department. I've given out some handouts. The first is the letter that I sent to Roy and the council. The Soil and Water Board, because of the complexities and the amount of work that goes on and the amount of financial duties and other things that go on in the SWCD office, have opted to add a $5,000 per year stipend to the salary. I'm planning on retiring at the end of the year, and this is in hopes we can get somebody that's really energetic and qualified to do the job. I did attach our budget forms, and then the last section is the actual job description of what the administrator for the SWCD does. We handle 4 to 5 grants, some of them federal, throughout the course of every year. We have a NACD technical assistance grant that provides a full-time employee that's shared between Parke and Vermilion County, and Parke is the administrator for that grant. That's about $100,000 a year. We administer all the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program that's through FSA, and I looked up the other day, in the last 10 years, we've had $999,000 come through, paid out of our office to, there's eight counties in this watershed, and as administrator, the SWCD gets to keep 10% of that, and that's what we use for our operating funds, because the county doesn't provide us any operating funds. So we've got lots of programs going on. Our soil health consultant that we also have a separate grant to pay for between the two counties has been statewide and nationally recognized for some of the work he's been doing in the two counties. So if you feel like this job, we need somebody that's really energetic and wants to continue these programs. So that's why the board decided to add it. It will be at no cost to the council. It just will be some administrative through the auditor's office to add that amount to every bi-weekly pay.
Well, here's the deal. In order for you to do that, you would have to do 6 in order to get 5, because we'll have additional Social Security and PERF. So
Okay.
if you're wanting 5, they'll need to pay 6.
Okay.
If you don't have 6, you'll have to do 4 and 5, because we did some quick math, and then that basically what PERF and Social Security is, because we're not gonna eat.
I understand that because that's how,
$1,000.
right.
So I don't know how you wanna do that. I mean, if you wanna do 6, that's fine, or do 5, and then you'll need to submit 6.
We have a board meeting on Tuesday, and we'll clarify that, and that's
Okay.
what, then I'll get back with you after Tuesday.
That's fine. And the other thing that we will want, once both parties agree to that, is a written agreement
Right.
of some sort.
No,
So that
that's
it's
not a problem.
documented how it was set up and done.
That way the auditor will know
Handled
how to
appropriately.
pay and, you know, have to receipt the money in probably for the first of the year. Or
Well, it may
right
have
at the
to
first of the
hang out
year.
somewhere in
something
there,
like
but-
that. But,
I
mean, we just
You don't
can't-
want it before.
Yeah, we just can't eat those
I
kind of costs.
understand, but
so.
our full-time employee that we have, that we do exactly the same thing. He's paid through Vermilion County because the Vermilion County auditor was willing to do that, and we pay all his PERFs, the county social security, the county share, the insurance, and everything.
Well, the
So-
insurance, of course.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an
it's
issue
not
here.
an
It's just the
issue,
additional
but
salary.
the other two are, so they'll have to deal with that, and hopefully that agreement will speak to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
All right.
If you have any questions later, you can just give me a call, but like I said, the board will meet Tuesday, and we'll clarify that, and we'll start a written agreement that then the board can sign. So,
10-4, thank you.
thank you.
Jason?
You get Chris in there like we said.
Well, I'll let Jason go, and then since he's here, and I'll get you next, Chris, after Jason.
It don't matter.
That's fine.
Mine
go
should be
ahead,
pretty
Jason.
short and sweet, I think.
Yeah, you're normally short, so.
I didn't really have any.
You can
major
sit down,
changes.
you don't have to stand.
Okay, that makes it nice. No, on my budget, I try to keep it pretty much the same as actually the last few years, with no major increases, with the exception of travel and training. Now that we're kind of through the pandemic, I guess, we're going back to in-person trainings more. We're staying overnight multiple days. This current year, I've used some grants anyways, local coordinated council ones, state grants. So that may be another thing I do next year, but I just wanted to add a little bit to that budget. But aside from that, I've lost a PO, and so I'm currently looking for one. I've got interviews next week, and then hopefully some the following week as well, and get him replaced. But again, his salary was coming from a DOC grant, which I was approved again for next year. So I think we're in
Except
pretty good
for
shape.
the additional after he's exceeded the amount of the grant.
It-
So you requested funding from,
I did from the program income itself to help make up the difference, because he had a master's, but now I don't know who my new person's gonna be.
exactly, you and I
So-
talked already about this, but once you make that determination of who you're hiring, then we have to adjust
Sure.
this, of course. If you don't make that decision by the time we by the time we adopt, then we may have to, we'll have to deal with it in salary ordinance, of course, and then we may have to deal with it with a reduction or something.
Sure.
The first of the year, but
Okay, yeah, I understand that.
unless I guess you hire somebody that's even more qualified or more tenured, and then.
I mean, I will
It's the
say,
other side of that.
there are a couple on the list that are already current POs. I don't remember exactly how many years of experience.
It's all right.
One of them, I think, might only had a couple, so they're still be on the lower end at this point, but, so yeah, we won't know until we figure it out for sure, but, and of course, I'll let you know as soon as I know something. But.
As the members well know, that those salaries are mandated by the court system.
Yeah.
Jason's gotten really good at calculating them, which is good because I'm not as good at calculating them. He's gotten very good at it, and his numbers look to mine math to be good, so.
Okay.
Any questions? Thanks, sir.
All right, thank you guys.
Yeah, Chris? Chris is gonna go out of order. He has a meeting later, so I'm letting him, gonna squeeze him in.
So I have 3 accounts. The first one is kind of the easiest. There's no change. That's the EMA one. That should just stay the same. The second one is the LEPC account. And while the total amount that will be appropriated should be the same, I would just ask that more money gets put into the equipment line instead of the service contract one. This year we got I believe it was $3,700 from the state, and we generally buy stuff for the fire departments, brooms and shovels and clean sweep to help when they go to auto accidents, and that's what we'd use that money for. The next account would be the dispatch, the 911 account. And so the 2 big changes I'm asking for that is, you can see I'm asking for a raise. Justin and I both talked about that for the 2 dispatchers that we have. And I'm also asking to put them onto an hourly payment scheme instead of a salary. And the reason for that is it makes the accounting and dealing with overtime and everything a lot easier to manage. It would be the same, you know, whether they get paid salary or not. It's the same amount of money. It's just the dispatch is open 24/7, 365 days a week. If you have, or 365 days a year, I know that they work 36 man hours. I can figure out the money a lot easier, and the pay makes more sense when you just have an hourly rate. And then the last thing I'd like to say is that the overtime and the part-time is really important, especially this year. The state has mandated that dispatchers receive a certification which requires at least 40 hours of training in addition to some other stuff. And we plan on using that overtime and the part-time lines in the budget to make sure that we can get that goal of getting all that training done.
Questions?
Chris, what I don't recall from anything that you submitted, and I may have missed it, so I'm flipping through, but I'll just ask you, what is it that you propose their hourly rate to be?
In the letter, it was 1778, wasn't
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I think so.
Can't remember.
I think, let me, yes. I think that was on that one sheet, though. Yeah, 3 dispatchers, 1778,
Okay.
which I think is with the raise of what they have now.
Is that with the raise or with the?
That is with the raise, yeah, that would be with the raise. But what I would do is, is that, I'm sure you guys are managing like slots of money, right? You're not doing hourly stuff, but you would just take however much money that's gonna be assigned to the dispatchers to their pay, and we just divide it by the number of
You'll
hours.
find out what that is.
Yeah.
Well, that's sort of the case.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
we actually.
it is
we
ours
actually
to set
figure
the
it.
hourly rate.
We are actually gonna figure it ourselves probably, but.
That's ours to set, so. Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
have
thank
no
you.
questions.
all right, yeah, all right, thank you. I know, Mary Alice, you're here. Is the prosecutor out there? Has anybody seen him?
Nope.
He's next. Well, Mary Alice, if you want to just go ahead and go, we'll work you in.
Okay.
Well, he's not here. I don't wait, so.
My budget's all about the same as it usually is. I put a little more in, put 500 more into travel. And, it's all about the same as it was before. I had a part-time student, this year, and she did great. And so we lost our part-time person, and then she came in and worked after she got out of school, and now she's going back to school. And I've got another lady that's going to come in and work a day or two once in a while, and that all comes out of my perpetuation fund. They scan the documents, and Jamie and I index them and validate them, put them on the thing. I did have a question about the travel. Is there going to be any increase in the mileage rate? 40 cents a mile for travel?
Well, it keeps you home. Gas is coming down every day. I just
I
saw it's
know.
down before, we may have to lower. You wanting to lower it or increase?
Increase it. I mean, we don't have enough money in there. I went to the AIC legislative conference. We went to our state conference, but now, today we're missing our district meeting because of budget hearings, and then AIC, and we don't have the money to go, so I guess we stay home.
So what is it for? You say, what is it now? I don't
40
remember.
cents a mile.
40 cents?
Mhm.
Well, I don't know that there's been any talk about increasing it, but I guess we could do it one of two ways. We could just add a little more in it, or how do you feel about it? This is probably a mistake, but how do I?
He's calculating.
I know.
I'm trying to find out what
I
the
think this,
federal rate
Well,
I
is.
think
it's
it's
like 58.
I think it's
Yeah, yeah.
55, 57, 58, something like that now.
We'll think about it. That's the best I can tell you. I
Okay.
hadn't really thought, I hadn't thought anything about it, quite honestly, but
62 and a half.
that's what the feds are.
now.
So,
Okay.
we'll think about it.
That's my only question.
Okay.
And we'd
Well, thank
appreciate
you for
any
bringing
kind,
it
appreciate any kind of raise that we
Oh,
can
well,
get.
I'm sure we'll try to work something out on the raise too.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Does anybody see Steve? Steve's not down the hall or anything, is he? No. Greg, you wanna go ahead and go? Good morning.
Morning.
Dora.
I'm not proposing any changes.
Yeah, you're always a tough one, I
Yeah, I
know.
am.
How's your cornerstone?
We've been running a
Deal
little
going.
short. Short, not getting it all done. Get them all certified because a couple reasons for that. Deckard was doing some of that. Reese went to Alabama and started his own company, and they divided into two companies, one engineering and one surveying. And there's just one person surveying. I see him into that. David Pentruff, who was a surveyor in Putnam County, got beat. So
Oh,
I contacted him, and he's gonna certify the section corner, so that'll pick back up to the normal level.
Good. Good deal. Any questions for Greg? Well, we appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
All right.
Sam, are you ready? Your Honor? Sure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So Circuit Court, I didn't know if you guys were gonna have anything to talk about, really. I guess a couple of issues I should talk about. One, again, my court reporters are vastly underpaid in relation to other county court reporters. So again, I would humbly request that you consider a raise for the court reporters.
How
but-
close are we?
Oh, well, like Vermilion County is 42,000 and we're 35. Well, with the $3,000, what do you call it?
Longevity.
Longevity. What was it? 30,
About 37. wasn't it?
37. Yeah. So, other than I did a survey of surrounding counties. Sullivan County is close to us, but other than that, there's no other county as low as us. So we're way down there. The other issue is the court reporting software that we use for recording hasn't been replaced since 2010, and we kind of knew it was going to be an issue at some point because it's no longer doesn't work with the current Windows 10 or whatever the current Windows is. So we knew that a change was probably going to happen, but none of us really like change. So we've been trying to work with what we've had. But recently we had a software glitch, and in order to, when the tech tried to fix it remotely, and he did eventually fix it, he accidentally clicked some button to update Windows, and when he did that, then our old software no longer worked. So we're going to have to get it fixed eventually. It's probably going to be about $12,000. But I want to talk to Randy and meet with the software people again to make sure we're all on the same page on exactly what my staff wants, what we need, and what they have to offer. So it's all kind of come up to a head as far as the fact that we really need to do this sooner rather than later. I was hoping that we could kind of limp on for a couple more years, but that thing that we had this last week here has got me kind of concerned because I thought that we were going to be without recording at all there for a little bit, but we were able to roll the computer back and get our old Windows 8 or 7, whatever it is, so that it could communicate with our software. So anyway, I'll get you more information on that later.
Yeah, if you could let us know. I mean, it sounds like we're gonna have to do something with that, because of all things, we don't want that to,
Right.
because you can't hardly do anything without it.
Right,
and you
yeah,
really-
no. We can kind of record a little bit, and that's what we're gonna do with the Zoom recording system, but that would just be a patch, and it's really not kosher. It's not the right way to do it, so. I need to get more information, because like I said, I was planning on trying to limp along for a bit longer, but I think we need to get it done sooner, like this year if possible. So when I get more information, I'll submit it to you guys.
Sure.
Other than that, you guys have any questions?
No questions
Concerns,
on the
comments?
court. Are you gonna deal with the public defenders, or I mean, take it some
Oh,
of these
well,
gentlemen are here, maybe introduce them, or do you wanna
Yeah,
do that?
I will
or-
certainly introduce them. So like we've talked about before, we are going to a regional public defender board with Fountain and Vermilion County. The resolutions have passed. Everything that has needed to be done has been done as far as making that come to fruition. The regional public defender board has hired a chief public defender, which is Mike Slagle. Mike, right here. So Mike is going to talk about the budget, and also Steve Blaine is our local representative from the Regional Public Defender Board. Like the plan has been, the court shouldn't be involved with the public defender program as far as budgets and planning and reporting. they need to be independent. And so, it's part of the process is they're gonna handle the budget, and I'll stick around in case.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
If you could,
there's
if you
gonna
could,
be some-
'cause there's probably gonna be some questions.
Sure, yeah.
Tweaked it a little bit.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
I tried to email each of the council members a copy of what the proposed budget was for 2023. One bounced back, so there's somebody that doesn't have a copy.
I sent them on to the ones that.
Okay.
Right.
So that budget's for 3 counties. Parke County's part of that budget is 0.34, which that number was determined before I was ever involved. So that was determined in conjunction with the Indiana Public Defender Commission and the judges and I think members of the board. This is my first time. This is the first budget, for this office. I don't think we'll know till next year, how accurate it is. I mean, some of the contracts are what they are. I didn't come up with that figure. That figure was in place when I took this job. So my salary is based on the prosecutor's salary. I think most of this is pretty kind of self-explanatory, but I welcome any questions. I know there's questions.
There is. Okay, so when we got the request, and I was looking to see who sent it, because I don't remember if the judge sent it or one of his staff, when it was signed by Mr. Blaine, the request for the Public Defender Board was $241,241.
Are you talking about, for this year, when the budgets were due, they did not have the regional board had not done their budget yet, so I should have mentioned that. I basically just copied and pasted, I didn't, but my staff and Mr. Blaine did, the budget from last year, just so that a budget was submitted on time.
Okay. And now, according to what you sent in, sir, county share is $288,532.84.
Quite an increase.
Yeah. $47,000. And then you have next to this, the 40% reimbursement figure. So what happens with that?
So almost everything is reimbursable to the county, to your share of what you contributed, except for misdemeanors. So that figure is pretty close to what you would be getting back once we submit the reimbursements. So those are submitted quarterly. So what Parke County would be looking at, probably in the ballpark of, 110,000. I mean, 115,000 is all of it, but that doesn't include the misdemeanors, which are non-reimbursable. But there are a small percentage for each public defender of their caseload.
Okay. So the difference between the 288 and 115 is 173. Is that the actual outlay then to the county, or does the district keep the reimbursement amount and lower the amount of money being spent?
Well,
I don't understand the question.
Well, I think the way that it's gonna work is that the county will get that reimbursement back. Let me think here. Mike will submit the request, take it through the process. And as far as I don't know if you've talked with Derek about how it's gonna work, but eventually the county's gonna end up with the reimbursement.
So it's come to the county, but not to this group, not.
Right. The way it would work is, the county would be submitting, if you approve this budget, for instance, the 288,532. And then the county would get back the 115,413 if that, if those numbers held true.
I realize the reimbursement's an estimate, I understand that.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to figure out is how much money are we spending? Are we spending 288? Are we spending 173?
You would, up front, you would be spending the 288. So, and then the reimbursements are submitted quarterly. The state, Vermilion County is the administrative county for the Public Defender's Office.
Right.
That money will come from the state back to Vermilion County in one lump sum for 3 counties. Then it will be distributed by the auditor, Vermilion County auditor, to each county, with Parke County getting 0.34 of that lump sum. Fountain gets 0.23 and Vermilion gets 0.43.
Does it have to be that way, or does it make sense for it to go back into the Public Defender Board and lower the amount of money being spent in the front end?
Yeah, but because it's reimbursement, so you have to spend the money out front in order to get the reimbursement. You would have, Derek, unless you know any more information than I do, Mike, but I think it has to be this way statutorily.
That's
That you have to spend the money to get reimbursed for spending the money.
And the other issue too is if you don't stay in compliance with the Indiana state guidelines, then there's no reimbursement.
Right, right.
So part of my job is to make sure that you get reimbursed.
I know there's some sticker shock there, but one thing I wanted to, point out was that, like we talked about before, setting up the program, none of the 3 counties have been operating the program as it should be operated in each of those counties, as is common throughout the state. The courts have been running the Public Defender Board, more or less, program, doing all the reimbursement requests, doing all the budgets. Had each county been operating the way that it should be, there would be a chief public defender for each county, so it would be Mike times 3, which his salary is the biggest ticket on here. So, had we been operating the public defender program in the way that the state would like it operated, and really the way it should be operated, if you want to have it on parity with prosecutors, there would be a chief public defender for all 3 counties. So I know there's some sticker shock, but most of it is going to be Mike's salary. But now we do have a chief that will keep things organized and allow there to be separation between the courts and the public defender program.
Do you have any questions, or, I think we understand the process now, so. So are you up and running now, or are you not, or?
So we are in the process of doing the budgets, obviously.
Obviously, yes.
And putting a comprehensive plan into place, which has been drafted and done, and that will go to the state for their approval. Starting October 1st, we will be making all the appointments, and basically we'll be fully up and running at that point. But we're still keeping busy in the interim with budgets and comprehensive plans and jail lists and keeping track of what attorneys got what person in jail, things of that nature.
Remind me, and I've probably forgotten this, so I understand you kind of went over your role. Will we be actually representing anyone?
Yes, I will have a caseload.
So you'll have a caseload
Yeah.
plus being the administrator, so or the chief public defender.
Right, and initially, they want me, the board wants me to handle the majority, if not all of the higher level felonies, because I've got a lot of young public defenders working for me that some of which aren't qualified to handle a level 1 felony or a level 2 felony. And that's probably, you know, where it's going to start. Now, one thing that I want to discuss with the board is I talked about the misdemeanors being non-reimbursable, right? So my salary is 40% reimbursable, no matter how you cut it. So, you know, maybe I handle the misdemeanors and maybe that's less that's non-reimbursable. So those are still questions. I mean,
Ideas that you.
yeah, which that one makes sense to me.
Yeah, boy, I like that. I like that idea.
So
You helped yourself there.
yeah, if we can get and I mean that makes sense to me.
Yeah. Okay.
I did want to, I guess we talked about this before too, but you know, this would be the first program of its kind in the state, and so it's been a learning curve for all of us, and so patience, I guess.
Yeah, well, I think it's, you know, it's a good deal.
Oh, it's a good
I mean,
plan.
It's a good plan. I mean, I understand there's gonna be some
Right.
hiccups along the way, so I think we have an understanding now. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you. Nice to
Thank
meet
you.
you.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, thank you.
Is Casa gonna speak, or do you, is she right there, or does she wanna speak, or do you wanna stay for that?
Yeah, I'll stay for.
I have no changes to the,
Yep.
I have no changes to the budget that was submitted, but I did bring some goodies,
Oh, there you
to
go.
pass around. It's kind of, there's a bunch of things in there, just some of the things that we do spend our funds on.
I need to start doing that, bring a gift.
Yeah, that might really help your cause if you bring gifts.
There's cookies back there too.
Well, thank you.
So this is just some of the things that we do spend our funds on to advertise. You know, to get volunteers, it takes more than seeing that CASA logo and hearing about it more than once. So having things like this to pass around to various people and the communities is helpful. I don't have any changes to the budget. It's our grant funds. I'm still asking that the county match the matching grant of the $20,000. And then the rest of the funds comes from our matching and capacity grant, and then the remaining of that is the rollover funds from the prior years.
You might take just a minute and just talk about what you do and how you advocate for children and that sort of thing as it relates to the court and that sort of thing.
So
Just
we,
brief.
CASA, we're court-appointed special advocates. We're appointed by the judge in CHIN's cases, sometimes in JV cases and paternity cases when needed. We advocate, our role is to advocate for the best interest of the child, and we do that by making frequent contact with the child, talking to parents, schools, therapists, any aspect of the child's life. We communicate with them, and then we write up a report. We speak in court, and just make sure their basic needs are being met. And the goal is to advocate for their best interests and get them permanency as quickly as possible. Sometimes we have children that are in the system for a very long time, and that does happen, but it's been shown, like with having a CASA, it reduces that length of time that they are in the system, and they can gain permanency. So that's our main role. Our main mission is to advocate for all these children that's been abused and neglected, and get them a permanent stability. So we also do different events. We just had our back to school event. That was a wonderful turnout. This year we were actually able to have more agencies come. And that's not just for children that are CASA kids, it's for the whole community of Parke and Vermilion. And then we'll be doing the Little Italy parade coming up in a couple weeks, and just that's kind of an advertising thing, and it's fun to be a part of those things for the kids. So it's kind of, in this, summary, what our role is.
Thank you. Sam, do you want to say anything on behalf of the court?
Again, we're in a partnership now with Vermilion County. It has been for a few years, and it's going well. They're able to save on fixed costs, and so things are going well. She's done a great job, and the cost program is healthier than it's ever been since I've been judge. So.
Okay. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then
Thank you, Judge.
do you want me to set this back here, or
Yeah, or
pass
just
it?
sand it over there.
There's
for
a bunch of different
there you
things
go.
in there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Kevin, you're up. Gina,
Sorry if we're late.
you're late.
I went to the
stop
I
you.
went to the courthouse
Oh,
first,
well,
because Gina didn't tell me that.
Oh, Gina didn't tell you. Okay.
I remembered walking up the.
Blame it on Gina.
Yeah, blame it on Gina. That's fine.
Well, I'm not blaming it, I don't blame it on myself, but
Gotta read your materials. You're obviously not Steve.
no, I'm obviously not. Steve's on vacation this week.
Lucky him.
Yeah, so you get the second string.
Okay. Well, you're on. Anything you want to say?
I guess I've reviewed everything, the budget they submitted. It looks like it's in line with pretty much everything we've submitted in the last 3 or 4 years, or actually the last 3 years. Of course, we're asking for more money for our staff. I'm looking at the percentage of the way I got it figured. It looked like he requested 9%, which is probably not realistic on the first page, but dealing with like the Southwest Park School Board, I've come to realize you always ask for way more than you are going to get.
That's fine.
So, and that being said, is there any questions about our submissions?
Pretty much
Pretty
standard,
much
standard
isn't it?
submission from
Yep.
Steve. So,
And I hadn't really thoroughly reviewed our budget. It looks, we pretty much operate on a shoestring, it looks like to me.
Yeah, the public defender seems to be doing well, doesn't he?
Well, and I'm not going to divert our budget time to talk about the public defender's office, but I have a lot of sympathy for that individual. Working in the system, there's not a lot of qualified attorneys that are coming to West Central Indiana. And it seems like a good job, and he talks about taking misdemeanors, but in a 3-county area, someone with his qualifications is going to get dumped on any major cases that the 3 counties have. And, you know, no fan of defense attorneys, but I gotta work with them, and if we don't have good defense attorneys, I can't do my job. The system gets clogged down.
no, it's the point that the judge has made about separating it from the court system is very valid.
Well, it's a
This-
it's a
this whole
perception
justice
thing.
system is
It's-
designed
I mean,
in that particular positions to be impartial, and you have two sides
You
that
know,
argue it out.
If you listen to, and it'll rot your mind if you listen to too many jail calls, but, you know, the perception is on a lot of these defendants is that, hey, they're all working for the judge.
Yeah.
It's a big conspiracy to get them,
Right.
even though that's
The fix is on.
Yeah, the
right?
fix is on.
Oh, yeah.
And with the public defender's office, that in this day and age of conspiracies, you know, if the judge is involved in the public defender's office like he shouldn't be, but that's
That's the way it is.
the way it was. It's much
Well, it's
better.
been, I mean, he's always presented the budget here, he, I think about half the time gets them,
Right.
or drafts them.
Right. So, I mean, there should just be so much more separation between everybody, and that, even though the concept of there is collusion between everybody, that's completely ridiculous. But in some people's minds, they think unless you separate it, and there'll still be that thought.
It'll still be
They'll still be like
Well, all
that.
you attorneys all went to the same school, so.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for Kevin? Thank you for coming, we'll talk to Gina then.
All right.
So, Gina, you can stay there if you want to, you don't have to.
Do I look?
You know, accommodating
Do I look
everybody.
tired or something?
Well, yeah, he's at the school board meeting half the night, his wife finally got home, but,
That's true, but.
You meet too long.
yeah, to talk too much. Title 4D?
I believe that besides the salary, I submitted the same budget that I did last year. I think I've said this before and I'll say it again, a portion of my salary is 100% reimbursed by the state, with the remaining of it being reimbursed 66%. Other than that, I don't really have anything else.
Questions for Gina?
No.
Okay, thank you for coming over.
You're welcome.
I think Chris. Hi, Chris, come on up.
Glad to see you're still with
We're
us.
glad you're with us. You
Yeah,
didn't,
me too.
I sent word you didn't have to come if you weren't up to it.
Well, that's all right. I really didn't change the budget too much at all, so just here if you guys have any questions about it.
We're glad you're back to work, and I guess you're back to work kind of.
Oh,
or
yeah.
sort of.
Yep,
Okay,
I'm back to it. so-
Always working, aren't you?
Yep.
Okay. Glad you're with us. You wanna, you might talk just a little bit about what's happening at the park, how's your attendance been, a few things like that.
Yeah, attendance has
Anything you
been,
wanna talk about?
attendance has been real well. We worked on repairing the hydrants. They're fully enclosed now. It's time consuming, but the bees can't get in there, and we're installing shut-off valves to each of them. So that's been pretty nice. We repainted the cabins. They've never been painted before, so we're also gonna do the floor in there as well. Repairing picnic tables. We moved the soccer storage shed this year. And then another project that we did was we repaired the playground tunnels, both of them. They had got vandalized last year, so we finally got that in. Those tunnels in July, we got those already installed, so that's what we've been up to.
The park looks really nice. I mean, I've been out there for soccer and that sort of thing, and I mean, I haven't been way back in there, but it looks very nice.
Appreciate it.
On your budget, I put a raise in for you, but you didn't ask for one. Because if we give you everything else, then give him a raise, and guess he doesn't get one.
Appreciate it.
So, your top line number changed in your submission.
Okay.
I think it's also important, we kind of, you and I talked about this a little bit, but I think it's important for everyone here to, last year you were really, really, really close to self-sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
Where you brought in enough revenue to pay for yourself.
Yeah.
And that has improved significantly the last couple of years, the revenues have out there. And I don't, maybe you make it this year, I don't know, but you're gonna be really, really close to it, so.
Well, that's a credit to Chris.
That's absolutely right. I mean, we're talking to the
Thanks.
tune of $6,000 difference.
Yeah.
What was the rate, remind us?
225,000 is roughly what the revenue
Mhm.
was. And
Yeah.
exactly straight in front of me, and you've asked, well, after I changed you asked for 231,000. So, you're getting real close to paying for yourself, so that's a good thing.
We'll get there.
Yeah, well, you're doing good. I mean,
And that's a
couldn't be
testament,
more
that's a
happy.
testament.
I know, you had a hand in getting him, so then you'll take credit, yeah.
You took the recommendation of the park board.
Yeah.
Which we didn't have to do.
Great
No, you didn't
job,
have to.
great job, Mies. You're
Yeah.
doing good.
So I just want to get the credit you deserve there.
Don't worry, we'll get to something that's not right, then I'll talk to you.
Get her what you can, I know.
Anything else for Chris? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Glad you're back, glad you're back with us.
Nice to see everybody.
Yeah.
Make
Yeah.
those life changes, you gotta make those.
I
Take care of
will.
yourself.
See you
Yeah,
guys.
take care of
See you,
yourself.
Chris.
Potter?
Potter, Potter didn't ask for too much. I did put in raises for my staff. I didn't ask for myself because I feel I would be remiss. I can't make my office run without my girls. So, and then I raised my service contract line a little bit. Manatron, who is our software for us and the auditor and treasurer, I never get a heads up on what our escrow account's going to be, and it's gone up the last couple of years, and I've made it work because I've transferred out of other lines, but I'm afraid we're gonna get to a point where I can't transfer. So I just put a little bit extra in my service contracts, and that's the only change I made. Any questions? We would like to change software vendors, the auditor-elect, the treasurer, and myself, and we've been in contact with Mr. Meese to see about maybe using some ARP funds for that. We'll see what we get.
I was gonna have him do that because I was gonna have, since we kind of now have a little extra time, have you and Kim both, and Mary Ann's welcome to jump in too.
since Misa's here as well, talk a little bit about what really that entails as far as the software and what your needs are. I mean, I've always been one that all three offices need to be able to communicate because, you know, at one time we had one office that was on something else and it was a nightmare.
It was a nightmare.
And I don't want, none of us want that, so.
I'll take the lead and
Well,
then
you
you
can
can
talk
jump.
about it from your side and then we'll go to Kim and she can talk about how it affects the treasurer and I think this will be a good discussion. We've got some time, so.
Okay.
We'll eat up Kim's budget time if we have to.
I don't have much to say.
Well, we are hoping for Exoff. That incorporates everything. Right now, I run 3 systems out of my office. We are integrated on ProVal and Tax. That's what the Manatron's names
That's what
are.
all three of you use.
That's what all 3 of us use. They use Tax, I use ProVal, but they all talk. However, for sales disclosures and for personal property, whether it be personal property mobile homes or business personal property, I use AS2. They're not integrated with that. They make an address change in their office because taxpayer comes in and says, hey, I moved and I'm at 1234 instead of 1235. We don't get that. It doesn't integrate. So then we're left with a bad address, which is not their fault. If we were on Exoff, it would all be integrated. I wouldn't need a AS2. Exoff does everything. They do the sales disclosures, personal property, and they do the real estate.
So AS2 would go away.
AS2 would go away, and there's 2 lines for AS2.
And we're paying them something now. Are we paying now?
Yes.
How much is that?
And it's gonna be about 6,000 rough.
So that would go away.
That would go away.
Okay.
It's pricey to transfer data. I was here when we went from ARC to Manatron. It was pricey. It was a lot of man hours. It won't be now because ARC used different terminology. They didn't use the state terminology. Like for a pole barn, it's a T3 all wall, meaning a T3 means pole structure with 4 walls. ARC did not use that terminology. So when we transferred everything over, it was a nightmare. Exoft has taken over almost everything that's Manatron. There's maybe 5 of us left that's on Manatron as far as assessment. I can't speak to the other systems. And there is no support. I had something that I escalated clear up to a lady that used to be in support, and she and I are very good friends, but she's high up in the echelon of Aumentum or Manatron, and I had to go to her to get support after a week of not getting anything back from emails, phone calls. And that's not acceptable because when you have a deadline, I'm not gonna miss a deadline. If I have to stand on my head, I'm not gonna miss a deadline. So that's my side of it.
So Kim, you wanna talk about from the treasurer's point of view, how it affects
From the treasurer's point
you?
of view, it's more advanced than MVP is now. It's
And that's what you're
friendly.
using now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And as far as the support goes, like Katie said, you know, you're lucky if you get it.
So in your office, I mean, as far as like the taxpayer comes in and wants a copy of their tax bill or all of that, what all does this software do for you then? Is that also in the what you send to get the tax statements printed? Could you go over
Yes.
that, how that works?
Yes, it will all work.
Well, tell us kind of through the
Yeah.
process.
And, you know, like I said, it's more worker friendly and it's faster and there's more, it does more things than MVP does. It's nice.
It's nice.
It's a Cadillac.
Yes, it's a Cadillac, that's the word.
Madam Treasurer, you sent a few things out to a few of us, questions that have been asked and so on. What is, because I've heard you talk about, I assume this is Exoff stuff, maybe it's not. What is the in-tax and in-cam got to do with anything? Is that
That is
competitor?
Exoff.
That's
That's
Exoff?
it.
Alright, whose is what?
Mine's Cama.
Okay, yours is in-cam and yours is in-tax, right?
Mine's just MVP.
Well,
No, the new,
Exoff.
Oh, for
Exoff.
Exoff, yeah, okay.
Okay, so, one of the questions I asked is what do we pay per year? Because the assessor stated $6,500 goes to AS2. I think the Elementum thing's 50 to 60,000, Manatron's 50 to 60,000, isn't it?
Yeah, raises every year.
Yeah, and it's knocking on 60 if it's
Yeah,
not
it's
over that at this point.
Probably closer to 70, 75.
Oh, is it up that high now?
That's going up every year.
Yeah, it gets more and more expensive, less and less support. The sum of these, it looks like, the annual support would be about $68,000 between both offices. And then, of course, your office, or what will be yours, uses these as well, right?
Correct.
And you can talk about what happens there if you want to, but, I mean, there's, all three of these offices are touched by this particular software package, right?
Correct. And you need a package that can work with all three of the offices together. When I was in the assessor's office years ago, we had Manatron, and we didn't have any problem with Manatron because it rode right into the auditor's office. It was all, and then they had it in the assessor's office too. That was a long time ago when Manatron was in all three offices, and everything worked pretty smooth. They need to go back to a system that goes smooth like that again.
Correct. And then you're also at $370,000 front end outlay.
Is that how much it was, 370, you thought?
That's what Ed told us.
165 and 204 on this thing that Shorter sent me.
And that's because, and I can speak a little bit to that, we had more outlay than that. Well, if you were using today's figures, we would have had more outlay than that on taking ARC to Manatron. What they have to do is take, if you think about each of your own properties, what we have to do is take all those characteristics, map it from one software system to the other. So mine's the larger portion of the outlay because they're going to map should be. They have to map everything over, and it is a large job. I will say the drawing, Gayla would be extremely happy if we went to Exoff because the drawing in ProVal right now is like CAMA back when we were in high school, or CAD when we were in high school. It is very rudimentary. It's not user-friendly, where now they've got the newest and latest drawing techniques. We can get everything perfect, almost. I mean, human error, we make errors, but it's a lot closer on the drawing and getting the characteristics with Xsoft. They came and did a nice, them and Guts, but the reason we all prefer not to go to Guts is not everything would be integrated. That's why we want to go to Xsoft, because everything would be integrated. We don't have to. They make a address change in personal property, it's gonna roll right to me. And I have talked to Fountain, Owen, Vermilion, Putnam, they all have Xsoft. The support is excellent. And they'll send people over even at no charge if you need them. And then we had an issue coming up with legislation that didn't pass, but there was a problem with what the state was gonna do with some buildings, and we would have to put them in a different cap. And I said, well then we had a regional meeting, and I said, how's that gonna be handled? And Manatron says, well, you're gonna have to pay me to change every one of those for you. And I say, well, I pay this much in support, and you're gonna charge me? Yes. Xsoft stood right there and told everybody they'd change them, no charge.
So with this large capital outlay, that's whatever it was, 370 or 65. So a lot of that is basically labor or time for somebody then to sit down, or however they do that, and switch it over, especially your parcels and that sort of thing.
That's
I
correct.
have that right.
And then the training is involved with that too. They'll come in, they'll sit with us for several days and make sure that we understand the software and we understand the capabilities, and that we can utilize it to its full potential, because it has a lot of things that we're not currently used to having at this point.
I wonder what the outlay will be then once if we're able to buy this system. Then what expenses or charges are we going to have yearly, or maintenance or whatever? Did you tell me?
31.8 for the in-cam and 36.6 for Intex. Some of those, what is it, 67, 68.
Which is a little bit less than what we're paying
68.
out.
So we're still going to have
for
the yearly
And, oh yeah,
$70,000 cost then.
but you're gonna drop off a few of these too.
I'm gonna drop off my
AS2.
2 AS2s.
Is that all you're gonna drop off?
Yeah, because I do the sales disclosure on personal property through them.
Are you dropping anything off besides Manatron in this?
No, the assessor and the auditor have all the detailed work to do, it just all rose to me and then I work with it.
And are you, your office drop any software contract off from doing this? Besides Manatron? Or all Manatron, or whatever they call themselves now?
All we've got is the MVP contract, and that's the only thing that the auditor does use.
Okay.
So what do you think, Mary Ann? Are you all on board with this, or what,
Yeah.
what's your thought?
Exoff is still working on the financial side, and the guy that's writing the software has talked to me, asked what I would like to see in it, and I've worked with him, and once they get that up and running, we could switch Harris over to Exoff also.
So we
So
would,
you
we
can
would
use
no
Harris.
longer use Harris then, or?
Yeah,
Cause Harris is still our vendor for the
financial part,
financial
yes.
part, which is what the auditor's
but
office
Exoff
uses.
is working on the financial software.
But that would be a separate cost, I assume, from what we're
I'm not
talking
sure,
about,
cause I
don't you
just worked
imagine?
with, Dean Brown about writing software.
Because it'd be-
And then upgrades cost too to convert it over.
Right. There would be a big conversion cost there too, and that Harris charges, what, $30,000-$40,000 roughly, somewhere in there, so. Yeah, oh yeah, I mean.
Yeah, and it goes on and on.
You get a lot of money in this software, folks. A lot of money.
So
I'd be
that,
okay going back with pencil and paper.
yeah.
I
maybe
would, not for
that's
the
what
many
I was
parcels
thinking.
I have to
Yeah. Did you wanna ask anything, or anything?
No, I knew what that was, we talked about it before, and I'm surprised that it's eligible for ARP funds, but she says other counties have done that. But ARP funds have become the thing, if the state has something they want you to have, they're going to allow you to.
Well,
use
don't
the ARP
forget,
funds.
you claimed all that remaining as revenue
That's right,
replacement,
you
you
can
can do
use
whatever you
everything
want
in
with
it,
it.
that's right, yeah. So that's encouraging. Just like that, just like the website change, it's just great that we can get up to date and up and going and be good for another 20 years now, or 10 years anyway, the way stuff changes, but we are still coming out of the caves, working into the daylight, and this is just another step along that way.
And if you, at some point, want Exoff to come make to Commissioners Council, anybody to make a presentation, Ed Kerner's kind of our regional sales guy right now. Ed would be happy to come in and do demos, do whatever you need to do, and answer any questions you might have, and he can bring support staff along with him if you'd like.
So is this something you think that ARP would be willing to consider then?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
We wouldn't need that for.
Not asking you to make a decision, but
Sure,
just to, you
yeah.
know.
I think anything that the county needs, if we have those funds available to accomplish those things which we couldn't afford otherwise, I think that's a good use of that stuff. We wouldn't need a commission, if you're asking me, we wouldn't need a presentation, because that's up to you guys. We just expect you to have the tools you need to do your jobs, and so you make those decisions and tell us what you need, and I wouldn't know what was good or wrong, so.
Yeah, well, same with me, I don't know, as far as the council, I'm thinking none of us.
I think our
wants to
only
see that in
stipulation
there.
is that they integrate together.
Yeah, I do want to see you all be able to work, cause I've been through that years ago, and it's not pretty.
Well, and that'll be nice because right now I have to, a taxpayer walks in and they say, oh, well, I'm here about my mobile home. Oh, wait, I can't use ProVal, I've gotta go get into AES2, and then they still have personal property and MVP, but it's not what I have. And so it's not talking.
And even your address may be different than their address.
Yeah.
That's the big issue
Yeah.
right now. We ran into that on somebody that came in because we'd sent a letter to them that, well, I changed my address with the treasurer, which is where we tell them to go to change addresses, because the treasurer will change it in MVP and it rolls to us on real estate, but not on personal property. So it would be a huge benefit all the way around. Ease of use and integration, because then we would be fully integrated, not just partially.
Okay. All right. Well, Kim, we'll flip back to you to, if you wanna talk about budget within
My
your
budget
office, yeah.
basically,
We're gonna
yeah,
get back on topic here.
And of course, raise would be nice. The only thing, my service contracts, which I get 13,000, and I used 11 of it this year. I'd like to still keep it at 13 because I received a letter from L&D Mailmasters that told us that their prices wouldn't increase, but postage probably would. I didn't know for sure how much, but postage would increase.
Is this the printing of the tax statements
So I still
then?
have that 2,000 as backup.
Is that the printing of the tax statements?
Yes.
Is that what that is? And the main, I guess, and the
Mailing,
postage
yes.
and all of that.
And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Henry,
Yes, sir.
you're on, sir.
All right. Well, I did the budget pretty much like it was done for 21. Only things I really increased was the postage, or kept the postages at what I did for 22. Salaries I put, hoping that everybody would get a $1,000 raise. Pretty much like I said, I kept it as what was done in 21 and it seemed to work pretty good.
So I guess no election next year, so there's
Right.
not much as far as the election
Right.
or itself.
Yeah, just the election board.
Election board stipend.
You have the pay for maintenance on them pole pads that you won't use this next year.
Right.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk through my things,
Diane's here, so you
Oh.
really need
Oh, hi.
Hi, how
Come
are
on
you
up.
this morning? Hello.
Oh, man, here comes trouble.
Yeah,
now.
you
want me to go
stay
ahead?
back there, you can come up here, whatever you'd
All
like
right,
to do.
I can just stay right here if that's
That's
all right
fine,
with
no, you don't even have to stand, you don't have to stand if you don't want to.
I love it. This year, the CBC asked that the budget can remain the same. I think that we can operate on 165,000. Fortunately, the innkeeper's tax has been pretty steady in spite of the pandemic. I think we're very fortunate to have the state park and the state recreation area because that's basically what keeps us afloat. So we have changed some of the way that the money is distributed, and we would like to move $5,000 from the postage account fund and change. We had previously had 10,000, but because of the way that we do a lot of the mailings now, it's over the internet, and we have Courtney Cook who does our website, and people can automatically download all the information they need rather than mailing them out. So we would like to reduce that from 5,000, and we're putting that in the covered bridge maintenance fund.
Good deal, I like that.
We're also reducing the amount of $10,000 in the operating supplies to 5,000 and placing that in the covered bridge maintenance fund. I don't use $5,000 worth of paper, ink, and postage, so to pay the invoices. So that would be 5,000 in postage, 5,000 in operating supplies, 55,000 in covered bridge maintenance, and 100,000 in publications. And so that would bring our total to $165,000.
To give you
Go
an example on the covered bridge repair fund, this year, we're splitting the cost with the highway department, putting new siding and paint on the Becker Bridge. It's a $35,000 job, so the CBC is paying half of that, splitting it with the highway department.
Could you take just a minute and remind the audience, just about, like you kind of alluded to it, where your money actually comes from? It's from people that stay overnight and there's a tax, but if you could just kind of go over that for the audience.
The only income that the CBC receives is the percentage paid by the innkeepers to the county in tax. And that also comes from Airbnb and anytime the governor might stay at one of the local establishments, that's directly paid from the state, as well as the Airbnbs, they pay directly to the state. So I didn't bring a copy of the voucher, but on the vouchers we received from Kim, it shows a breakdown of what is paid through the state and what is paid by directly to the county, to the treasurer from the local establishments.
Is the rate 5% now?
I think it is.
So whatever
Isn't
the
that right?
cost of the hotel, they get charged an additional 5%, that goes into the innkeeper's tax.
Yes, 5%. And then usually we're 3 months behind, correct? On when the CBC receives it. So for instance, what's paid in October by the innkeepers isn't received to the CBC until December. So it's been, I will just say, it's been a very hard job keeping up with what comes in.
Yeah.
It's been a very hard job, and we just went through an audit, and so we'll find out how well we did. But anyway, it's I keep track. I can show you.
I don't know what we would do without you.
Well, I appreciate it. I do this volunteer.
Yes, you do.
This
Yeah.
is not,
Oh, yeah.
I don't get paid. Anyway, I keep a sheet that shows over a 10-year period of time what the county has received in innkeeper's tax and how it's distributed. So the top portion of this shows exactly what is received to the auditor, and then this shows what is received in the bank account. And we have two bank accounts. We have one for postage and one for innkeeper's tax, where all the invoices are paid out of. And so, so for instance, if, okay, let's see here. I can give you an example. In April, we actually received, the auditor received $11,624.51, but we didn't actually have a deposit that month. And then we didn't have a deposit in May, but in May, $16,165.78. Now, you know, that's pretty good for a little county in 1 month.
That's 5%.
But we didn't receive any deposit in May, so in June, we received $36,322.91. So that's hard to keep up with, because I don't always get a bank statement, you know, in time before the CBC meetings, so it's hard to keep track of how the money is received. But we have a great group of people, volunteers, and a great marketing chair. We have Courtney Cook, as I mentioned earlier, who is wonderful with our website and all our ads. And right now we're in the middle of a cinematography project. I just paid that invoice so we could get that started. And they will create videos that we can use all over the state. We can use them on television, we can use them on our webpage, we could use them anywhere we wanted to. And they will belong to the county. So that project should be started real soon. So, I don't know, should I mention, is there anything else I should mention?
No, I think that covers it.
Okay, and I also try to keep track of our expenditures. I didn't bring that graph.
No, that's not necessary. I just
Yeah.
wanted you to kind of, so that the audience
Yeah,
could hear what
sure.
you're doing or what it entails,
Right.
that's all.
We are a very fortunate county, I think, in the fact that we have such a diverse population. And I think still there are opportunities to push our county, you know, as far as tourism. We have a lot of different opportunities to do that. We have a lot of venues that bring a lot of different kinds of people into the county. And so I think we're just very blessed.
Anybody have any questions? Pardon me?
Most treasurers have turned over innkeepers, all their innkeepers to the state, which I think is crazy, because then you wait that much longer to get your money.
Yeah, right.
So I'm holding out.
And gee, just think of the bookkeeper's nightmare to try and keep track of that.
Yeah.
If they turned it over to the state.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. Cassie, Plan Commission?
Well, I don't have much to follow that.
Well, that's okay.
I've cut back on a few of my line items, my travel. I still have a pretty good sized balance in my travel account. I'm just gonna wait till closer to the end of the year to turn in anything for that. I mean, I really don't have, it doesn't change much from year to year.
Yeah. The Overton property in Belmore.
I knew you were gonna say.
You knew, I thought we're gonna go over it again. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
well, I
haven't-
just went by there Monday.
Well, the neighbors are telling me, and I believe them, that, they're getting rats and everything
Yeah.
else from that place, and the
Yeah.
neighbors shouldn't have to put up with that. I
No,
mean,
they shouldn't.
they shouldn't have, it's one thing if you have to look at that dump, but to now have rats coming from
Yeah,
that place.
yeah,
So,
and-
I'm gonna go over with the health board, believe me, when the health's here, I'm gonna go over with them too,
Oh.
because, that house can't be livable.
No.
It's had a fire,
It's boarded up.
it's boarded up, the place is terrible.
I didn't realize there was a fire.
Yeah, well, there was a smoke, it's all smoke damage, that's why it's all boarded up on the
Okay.
second floor, because it's on fire. So, you can imagine just how bad it is.
And I have not talked to him. I quit dealing with her.
Well, I don't think she's there
I don't
anymore.
think she is
No,
either.
she's
I
not there,
think
he's
she
just there, but.
Good luck talking to him too.
Yeah,
Well-
talk is not gonna do anything,
I
talked and
can
talked.
talk to him though.
I want you to.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
I don't
it's
know
just-
where he's at right now.
oh, well, he's around there once in a while, but,
Yeah.
Comes to town to get water every couple days.
yeah, they have no running water.
Right, which,
Yeah, I know it's not, but believe me, I'm gonna bring that up with the health
Right,
people.
I understand that.
But on your part about just the trash and the
Yeah.
junk and the weeds and the.
yeah, they would always just do enough to get it in.
Well, I
compliance
know,
and
I
then-
know, to get them in,
Yeah.
well, I can't be in compliance now, I
No.
wouldn't think.
No,
So
it's not.
I'd like you to hit them again with whatever you
Yeah,
can.
I've got
Oh, sounds like
Yeah.
got rid of one mess. I kinda wish that was out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, if it was out in the middle of nowhere, but you can imagine, you probably shouldn't mention names, but I've got Virginia Coleman right there, we've got
I
the
know.
people to the east of them, and, everybody else has their place that looks nice.
Yeah.
And then you have to live next to that, and then you
Yeah.
start sitting there and watch the rat run across the,
Yeah.
the yard from
No,
that place.
it's on my radar. Don't worry.
Okay. You knew it was coming, didn't you?
I knew it was coming.
Oh, yeah.
Just graduated.
Anything else? Well, thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, I got somebody coming. So
All right, no, that's fine, you're good. You know what we're talking about, don't you?
Just rolled by yesterday.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
This is a good time for a break.
We're taking a break, we're in recess. Okay, Don. I know this is your favorite thing to do, so come on up.
Favorite time.
The front door looks nice, it looks like it's plenty. How much was that? Probably upset me.
What, 68, I think? 6,800.
Is that installed? Is
Then
that
I put
installed?
2,600 into the north and south doors for closers at the courthouse.
Well, I was talking about this door right
Yeah, this one I think was 68. Maybe not that much.
I didn't think it was quite that much.
Maybe it's 5,000
Yeah, that's what I'm
something.
thinking.
I suppose we're
Yeah.
required to have the handicap.
Got too many
I was
numbers.
thinking the whole thing was about, both of them, all of them together was about 6,800.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was, yeah.
How are we coming on the doors on the courthouse? Are they all done now?
Yeah.
They're all done?
Yeah, but
They do look nice.
It's really up to you guys too. We'll talk about that later, but if you want us to move inside now, we can do that.
Okay, yeah, we can. Okay. Any projects, anything you want to talk about, projects or anything you
Well,
want to say?
I don't have any major projects that I'm aware of at this point in time, except maybe the east side steps at the courthouse. There's an I-beam supporting the center of those steps that's getting in pretty bad shape under there, so I may have to take that on this spring and get that replaced. We've done it already on the west side. George Cobb's crew done it several years ago over there. They laid up a foundation, laid up block, and put a beam under it. So we're gonna have to do the same thing on this east side. North and south was done under construction phase, so they're in good shape. But we don't want them to start sinking in and maybe cracking those stones. So that'll be a major project I'll have Other than that, I don't have anything on the books at this point in time, as far as major repairs or anything like that. I've got the chiller up in pretty good shape. After we had our little meeting over there, they came in, did what they were supposed to do. They changed out some parts, refueled it, got it up and going, and it's working like a top. So hopefully we'll not have to buy a chiller for a while. They kept trying to sell me a $160,000 chiller. I said, we're not ready to buy a chiller yet. There's nothing wrong with that one. It's made up of components and different parts. Those parts are fouling out. If we change those, this thing ought to run. So that's kind of where we're at.
And that really was the issue. They just wanted to sell us one. Fine, we had a meeting, we're not buying one. If we do buy one, we're not buying it from you. Do you want to get this going?
Yeah.
And so, oh, I can do that. Well, then why the heck haven't you done that
Yeah.
for the last 20 years?
So just a bill of goods.
Yeah.
That's all. But at any rate, as far as my next year's budget, I had a discussion with Roy a while back in the office. I thought maybe I might increase the building maintenance a little bit due to the economy increases like they are. But conversation ended out, we was gonna leave it about where I've always been. So I'm in the same category, same dollar amount in each category all the way through for 23. Hopefully I can stretch that.
Well, as always, you know, if something breaks or if, certainly there's always something that comes up, but you know, you can always come to us and say, here's what we need to do or what the deal is, you know.
I may be a little bit short this year on the building maintenance. I'm still playing that out. I gotta pay for this door project yet out of my budget. But I may come up a little bit short this year yet, so I may have to come see you about that. But we'll stretch you as far as we can.
Oh yeah, well you always do, so we understand that, and everything costs more. There isn't any.
It's getting ridiculous.
No doubt about it. And
yeah, it's just getting ridiculous. So.
Commissioner Meach told me that you ended up buying a lawnmower then, and would probably make the John Deere last longer.
Yeah.
And you might tell some of the rest of them about that, since they probably don't know.
Mr. Meach was in the office one morning, and I made mention, I hadn't planned on buying this year. I was gonna wait till spring and buy. But he kind of jumped in and said, well, we'll just get it while the price is right and let's do it now. So, yeah, I bought a zero turn, Spartan zero turn. It's a 54-inch deck. It's out here in the garage. I just got it yesterday. So when I leave, I'm gonna take it over and start playing with it a little bit and learn how to work it.
Don't drive it off the side of the.
Yeah.
The piece we have is 14 years old and it costs about 20 grand to replace it for winter with the cab and the blade and the blower. So by using that just for winter, maybe we can get another 5-6 years out of it. Who knows?
Should be able to. It's still in good shape. I get it serviced twice a year.
We won't have that dead area between
spring
winterized
and
and
fall.
mowing, so we won't get caught in the middle there.
Yeah, there's always a dead space every
I
time
know
I
there
get
was an
it kicked
issue a
over.
time or two, and then, you know, I know you had to have to hire a service a time or two, and then there were always questions about why we weren't mowing ourselves.
Yeah, so hopefully that'll solve those two problems. But yeah, this John Deere should last quite a few more years yet.
Well, I guess if worse comes to worse, you have a backup if one down one, then you have to. I mean, obviously, the zero turn's not gonna push snow.
Yeah. That's all I've got.
There's some of them that run blades on the front of them for that exact thing.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll leave that to Dawn.
Yeah, I'm not telling him we ought to do that, but they make do that one on.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you much.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, Julie, you're here. You might as well come on up. Start the fun. Oh, I know. And then she has to come before us to be hassled, right?
You just think you gotta go and you hit a cow. How's that possible?
I have one truck out on a call right now and another one that has lights hanging all over it, so let's...
They've hit something today, or no?
No, they're trying to replace the lights. It's the one that was melted in the fire, and 9 of the 11 lights on the box went out.
9 of the 11.
Yeah. So they were in the middle of replacing them, and they got called out. So now it's just got lights kind of hanging everywhere.
So we still just have 2 trucks that are functional right now. When do we think we'll have that? Is this the remount we're still waiting on, or?
Yep, it's 2 weeks. I
we'll
just
have
talked
it
to
in
him
2
yesterday.
weeks?
And then the one that hit the cow,
This is the one we hit a while back, right? Or we hit another cow.
This is the one that we hit a while back.
Okay.
Not
Mine, not mine.
It was on 41 South.
Not mine.
It actually came off Waxy Road somewhere, but it was in the middle of Snake Hollow.
Right.
Which was lovely.
Okay, well, I thought maybe we hit another one.
Probably Bruce.
So that truck, we literally, I called the shop at 7:30 and I said, pull off the stuff that's hanging off, make sure there's no fluids leaking, and tape whatever you can back on. We've got to have it. It's the only truck we have. So it had zip ties holding the headlight in and had some lights hanging. It was terrible. But it's at Peterson's getting fixed right now. So that one, it's the only one we had left after the fire. It's the only one that we managed to save. So that one went to Peterson's, and then it has to go over to Illinois to have an alignment done and have some maintenance work done, because it's also our oldest truck in the worst condition.
And the remount one's supposed to be here
2 weeks. I just
2
talked to him
weeks.
again
And
yesterday.
you have their new ambulance. The new ambulance
That
has been
one's out on the
here
call
a
right now.
month or.
The brand new one's here. It's in service.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
We've had it about. Part of this is for
Oh.
the benefit of the audience, is why I'm asking. I know, but
3 weeks, I think. This is the third week that we've had that truck.
That's the one from Minnesota or wherever it was, you had to.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a few minor bugs with it that we found, and they're coming to fix those next week. So they're just small things.
And again, for the benefit of the audience, that was ARP funds were used to purchase that.
That and the insurance settlement.
The insurance.
And the insurance
Yeah.
element. That's
Yeah.
correct. Okay, well, if you want to start wherever you want to talk about. I know you've had your hands full ever since the fire, and I mean, you've done a great job.
Ever since COVID started.
Well, yeah, COVID and then, and then
It's
the
been
fire, and so, go ahead.
I mean, you guys have seen my budget. I cut my requests for increases very, very minimal. I try every year to kind of see what we've used, and so what I do is I pull, let's see, for instance, laundry. They stopped, with COVID, they stopped collecting our laundry and doing it for us because it's supposed to be, it has to be cleaned a certain way, just like in a hospital. But because of COVID, they would no longer come and collect our laundry. So we had to start doing that on our own. So we have a sanitizing machine. It's really old, but it works. So we don't need that line funded. So I pulled that money, and of course, every year our service contracts go up because our revenue's going up, and we pay Acumet, our billing company, 6%. So every time that we have an increase in revenue, our payment to them goes up a little bit. So I try to pull and keep everything as even as I can. I think another one that we're keeping minimal, because we only have to do certified mail now, is our mailing, our postage. And we do still have to send certified letters. That's part of our contract with our collections agency. Plus, we get like legal letters and things where we have to send certified patient account records. So we keep that line kind of minimal. So I just kind of tried to move that stuff over to cover our service contracts and increase that one. I don't know that there's anything else that I've increased except for salaries. And salaries are...
So you might want to, why don't you talk a little bit about, I know you're down, how many people you're down, the difficulty in hiring, and then you can lead into your proposal to go to an hourly type pay schedule rather than what we're doing now.
So COVID has been a little bit difficult to data collect around it because it's been, there's just no good numbers in there. So I went back to 2019 and did my data collection from then forward, and it kind of collaborates with what the state had available, so it made it a little bit easier for me to kind of compare where we're at in the state. So our call volume since 2019 has increased nearly 50%. We've had a 50% increase every year, or 100% increase, I'm sorry. We've had a 100% increase. We went from 1,250 to well over 2,000. We're gonna be hitting over 2,500 this year. That's massive. That's a lot of hours on our people, a lot of hours on our truck, a lot of wear and tear, a lot of fuel, a lot of tires, I'm finding out. But with that, our revenue has increased. So we had a 3-year average of $367,000 that we were bringing back into the county. This year will be the first year ever we're gonna hit over $600,000. No doubt in my mind, we'll definitely hit it.
The revenue's gonna be 600,000.
It'll be over 600,000 this year. Last year it was 578,000, I think, was our total revenue brought in. So we have really kind of dialed in our billing practices. Even though we use an outside billing company, Mary and Heather stay on them like no other, and they find little nooks and crannies, little places that we can dial things in to make sure that our collections, mostly with the insurance companies because they're the hardest to deal with, are where they should be. Unfortunately, the state's dropping EMTs, the state's dropping certified individuals, period. So just since 2019, they've dropped 1,520 certified individuals in the state. That's new certifications that they issue over what their average is. They've dropped, a total of 1,165 certified responders overall. So not only are they not issuing nearly as many new certifications, now we're almost 1,200 less than what we ever have been before. So that makes our hiring very competitive. Like right now, our biggest competitor is Putnam County because they're right across the county line. They work a 24/72 schedule, so they get 3 days off instead of 2 like we do. They pay hourly. They pay for every 24 hours instead of the 16 hours with sleep time. And so I've lost 2 people to them in the last few months. And their hourly rate is $16 an hour for an EMT and $20 an hour for a medic. We can't compete with that with our salaries. So there are other reasons that we lose people. We've lost some because they went to schooling and they, I had one that wanted to be a nurse. I had one that was going to school for their nurse practitioner. So we're going to organically lose people anyway, but now we're losing people because we can't compete with salaries. I did send out a survey last November to, I think it was 22 medics and EMTs that either live in our county or drive through our county to get to another agency to work. I just wanted to see what would it take to make you stop here, to make this be your place where you work. You live in our county, so it's obvious that you have a dedication to our community, but what would it take outside of that? There are a lot of things that we can't touch. Some of them are flying with Lifeline. They want to be on a helicopter. We can't do anything about that. Some of them only want to be in an urban service. Some of them want a higher call volume or a different type of call volume. We're not going to deal, thank goodness, with gunshots and stabbings every day. Not something that we want to do, but there are people that like that. That's what they look for. The only real thing that we can change is they want $19 an hour. That was, out of the 22 people, the ones that responded, that was the medic pay that it would take for them to come here.
What are they getting now?
Right now they're on a salary and it's $36,150 a year. And I'm not sure what that equates to hourly.
16 something.
And they want paid for all 24 hours. And with FLSA, that's kind of, the lawsuit started in New York, like they always do. New York City has a huge fire department. But now they've come as close as Ohio, where they're winning those lawsuits that you can't not pay sleep time anymore and you can't not pay real overtime anymore. So that kind of makes me nervous too. But just to give you guys an issue of my struggle right now, I have 39 openings in September. I'll be lucky to fill half of those. I have 3 full-time paramedics. That's 1 per shift. They can't take time off.
It's going to impact festival. I might want to share that.
We can't cover the festival. I don't have the staff for it. There's no way that I can cover it. Right now I don't have the trucks for it, but staff don't want to do it. The full-time people are burnt out. They've worked so many hours. Their hours have increased, so I have that too. Their average hours worked have increased 40%. 40%, that's a lot.
Yep.
So what I would say is I think we're strongly thinking about going to the hourly deal. I know one of the things you've talked to Roy about, he shared with me, is that, you need to be able to show these people what they really make, and the way we do it now with the sleep time and all of that other
Transparency is
stuff,
not
that you
there,
can't
yeah.
even really show them what they're gonna make, and I get that, And I think definitely, I personally am for just doing away with the sleep time business. It's coming. It seems like it's hard to calculate, because if they go out, why then, they're called out during that time, then that doesn't come into play, is that right?
And
Or is that how that
it's weird
works?
how it works, so we
It's
have to
weird how
set a
it
sleep
works
time.
anyway.
Our sleep time is 11:30 to 7:30, and the reason that we did that is because we looked at our average call volume, and those were the hours that we had the least amount of runs. For the first 3 hours that they're out after 11:30, it's paid hour for hour. So they're paid 16 hours, 17 hours, or 18 hours. But if they're out on a call for more than 3 hours or 3 hours plus, they get paid for the whole 24-hour shift. So if they get called out and they're only out for an hour, they get paid for 17 hours. If they get called out more than once, or they're out for 3 hours or longer, they get paid for 24.
Well, I want to
we
remind
need
you,
to change that.
I want to remind everyone here too as well, not only is this part of the deal, but then, so you add those hours in, and your hourly rate falls because you're on salary. All right, so for every hour you work after 40, your dollars per hour goes down. Now, one of the things that we did a couple of years ago was to issue double time on overtime for the EMTs. But it still is a declining revenue down. And we set a floor down there to keep them from making less than certain dollars per hour. But it's, for every extra hour, you make less per. On
And
the
when
gross
you-
side, not just net, right? Everybody knows once you get over about
Right.
60 hours overtime, you start working for the government. But at that, they're not only doing that, but getting less per hour at the same time.
When you say double time, it's not, you can't get to an hourly rate and say it's $18 an hour and now we're paying $36 an hour. No, it drops every hour, and so we set a floor. The lowest they can go is $13 an hour, $13.50.
$13.50.
And so when you say they're making double time, it's not that it's $38 an
That
hour.
would just-
It's, their
all it did
hourly
is slow
rate
the
has
decline.
dropped all the way down to $13 an hour, and now we're paying $26.
All we did with that, which was the point, was to slow the decline.
Yeah.
It was to, instead of it falling precipitously, which it did, once you got over that, it slowed it down, so it changed the slope of the line. You got to get further out before you hit whatever
It
dollar
used to-
figure you want.
It used to fall to $2.25 an hour was the floor that you would hit before you added in an additional overtime. So you could come in and work an extra shift for 24 hours and get paid $2.25 an hour.
Yep.
Who
But
wants
the
to
other
do
point
that?
on the sleep time is that, these people are on duty. They're there on
They're
not
not
their
home.
own time, they're
Yeah.
on our time. So why shouldn't they be paid just right through, regardless of whether they go out or not? Wonderful, they don't go out, well, they ought to still get the pay that they receive and not some diminishing amount because, I got to sleep. Well, they may get to sleep, they may not. It's a calculation nightmare too.
And something else that I would like to really stress that a lot of people don't understand is a paramedic, it's an associate's degree program. You have to have an associate's degree now to be a paramedic, but it's equivalent to an RN in a hospital. So we're trained pre-hospital, they're trained in the hospital. What we can do is equivalent to an RN. And I know that we're not looked at like that, but the amount of training that we have to get our certification, we have 4 certifications that are required to keep our certification that we have to renew every 2 years, and 164 hours of education that we also have to do every 2 years to keep our certification. All those trainings, all those certifications, including their main certification, we pay for that on our own. The county doesn't pay for that, and I find grants if I can. I find instructors that are willing to come in and help us. I try to cover as much of that as I can, but that's stuff that they're out of pocket. That's not something that the county has ever paid, nor have we ever asked for, but they're out of pocket that just to keep their certification.
And you told me, back on this, comparing them to an RN, that, I don't remember where it was, that if you went to school somewhere here, not too far away from here.
Ivy Tech.
Ivy Tech, all right, to be a paramedic, that you were with the nurses for
They have a crossover
a good little
course.
while, where basically
Yeah.
you were being trained as an RN.
They have a crossover course that's it's an LPN to RN program. That's where they put the medics. The medics are in the LPN. They're in with the LPNs. But there's so much that they already have that they don't bring them in until they get the LPNs up to a certain level. And I've lost, I think, 4 medics in the last 2 years to the RN crossover program.
So I guess and I've asked Roy this, so I've had discussions with Roy about this a little bit. Well, I come down to, what's in it for the county? Because that's who we all represent here is by going to the hourly and doing this. So what benefit will we receive? Will we hopefully, and I'm not promising any pay, I'm promising hourly, well, I'm not promising anything, but I'd say we'll go to hourly. So what will the county, what should we expect out of this? Do you think maybe we'll be able to maybe just retain somebody? Maybe will we be able to get somebody, you be able to show them what they'll make now? And there's gonna be a raise. I don't know what the raise is gonna be, but there is gonna be a raise.
It's going
But
to be,
how does it help the county?
well, that's kind of it's a multi-part. So recruitment, it'll help with that. I posted a job opening on Monday. It was seen by 5,850 people. I had 4 people that sent me a response to that, and their response was, what's it pay?
Sure, everybody wants to know what's gonna be in their check.
And,
I get it.
and
I
the
get
second
it.
that I said, well, our part-time makes this an hour and our full-time, this is the salary,
weren't interested.
nothing, they're gone.
Okay.
They don't respond after that. So it'll help with the recruitment. It'll definitely help with retention. I know I'm losing a medic in January that's retiring. I only have 2 medics to cover 3 shifts. So, you know, it'll actually hopefully bring in new people, even if it's just part-time for now. But I think it'll actually help us recruit full-time people. And that's gonna be huge, because if not, people are burnt out, we're gonna lose them. And then we're gonna have to revert to 1 truck, because I just won't have the staff.
None of us want that, obviously.
Well, we've had to do that multiple times over COVID and craziness, but, you know, I can't afford to lose 1 person to an illness right now because I don't have the staff to cover that spot, so then we go down to 1 truck.
And at 2,500 runs a year, you can do the math, 365 days a year, how many of that is a day? Just on an average basis, right?
I get asked sometimes, I can answer, maybe you can, how close to self-sufficient is the ambulance service? A couple 100,000?
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah.
Roughly. You know, it's somewhere around in there. Her request, was 822 out of the general fund, and then there's, now, do you remember how much out of public safety that you requested? Now, let's leave that out, because you can duplicate it.
I can tell you exactly
Every
what
one of those
comes
is
out of
duplicate,
public
though. Every one of
Public
those
safety
is
is,
duplicate, so.
18,000 and 32,000, medical supplies and
Yeah, but they're
covered bridge.
duplicated.
Yeah, that's it.
So you have 822 plus then employee benefits. So you gotta tack that in there.
Why don't we just have her, you're the main person, right?
She's the chief.
She is.
For today, yeah.
Why don't you share with us your idea of what you want the program to be? Tell us.
I sent it out, so what I would like to see is an hourly rate, and I did, honest to goodness, I did my best to dial this in as close as I could, but I know I overshot some lines. I did that on purpose, because I didn't want, in the first year of trialing something new, to undercut and then blow our budget or something crazy. So I created a spreadsheet and I added in absolutely every line that we pay out of, how we pay. So in this, I want you guys to understand it's a give and take. I'm not just saying, I want more money, give me more money. I talked to my employees, I sat down with all of them, and they understand there has to be a give and take. So what I'm proposing actually is gonna cut down the amount of time they can take off. That's huge because it cuts down the overtime, which saves some in the budget. But it's going to
Benefits us too, though, because we need them to work.
Yeah,
regardless.
yeah.
We need them to work.
So they have what they call Kelly days in a fire department rotation, which is an unpaid day off. We have a 3-day work week every 3rd week, so that 3-day work week is actually a lot of overtime. It's huge. It's 36 hours, I think, 32 hours in overtime for 1 person, but there's 4 on that shift. So it would cut 1 person off of that shift every single week. So that's saving in that overtime too. The way that the county allows us to accrue time, it has never matched up with the rest of the county because we're considered an 8-hour employee, but if we take a day off, we need 24 hours off. And so the time in the Harris system never coincides. So instead of us doing the county's accrual, I would like to, if we go with hourly, to switch us to PTO time, and they just get a set number of days per year. And instead of them being able to take 60 vacation days or whatever they accrue at, they would have a set number. And the highest number that I have is for Peggy, who's been there for 36 years now. She would get 20 days off a year, period. So it's, right now she could take off almost every day and get paid for it. Cause she's got so much time in it and she accrues at such a high rate. So, I mean, it's a give and take for them. They're gonna lose some of their time off. They're gonna lose some of their ability, but they're willing to do that and they know that they have to.
They know that.
They
They know that.
And they're understanding of it. So it's an hourly rate. I would like to see our EMTs make $14.25 and our medics make $18.25 an hour. That's where I would like us to kind of try to meet in the middle at. And when I did this spreadsheet, and I'll pass it around to you guys, but it also includes Bridge Festival time. It also includes the football games that we cover. I tried to include absolutely everything that we take out of the salary line. So the biggest thing that you'll look at is when I change the numbers over here, this is what we had last year, or this is what we're budgeted for in 2022. This is what I requested in 2023 on a regular pay like we pay right now. So then I created a line here that this is how much $14.25 an hour and $18.25 an hour would increase our salary request. So I'll pass that if you guys want to look at it. But it's just straight hourly pay, paid for every 24 hours that they're there. They get paid true time and a half for overtime, but they also have PTO days and Kelly days, which will cut down the amount of time that they get paid in overtime.
Would that give us the best system of the 5-county area? Would we be number one?
No, it would give us a similar system.
Where would we rank?
So it's not, it's really, really hard because our counties there's so many different
The reason I'm saying
counties.
is because after hiring many people, they're gonna compare what they're gonna get
Oh,
paid
yeah,
somewhere
yeah.
else. So you might as well face it.
So
where would we be?
there are some things that we can't compare to. Putnam County does a 24/72 schedule. We can't do that. It would require us to hire an entire other shift of people, and they have more industry in a college district that they serve. So their run volume's higher for those trucks that they have. We can't compare with that, but the rate of pay is comparable per run that the crews would be out on. Fountain County are paid the same way that we were originally when I took over this job. But their salaries are so much higher than what ours were. They were bringing home like $63,000 for a medic per year. And their run volume, again, is higher than ours. They have 2 stations, but they work 24 hours on duty, 24 hours on call, 24 hours off, 24 hours on duty again, and then have 3 days off. They have a really weird schedule.
No kidding.
So people will come here from Fountain County because they don't like that schedule. They don't like working the on-call day because you have to be within 10 minutes of station. And so if they don't live in that county, it's not worth it for them. Owen County just switched to the 24/72, but our pay would be very comparable to them and we don't lose many people to them. Ileana is a private service and they do transfers a lot. So if we can keep our hourly rate comparable to them, we'll pull all kinds of people because they don't like doing transfers.
That's good.
So, I mean, our Terre Haute, we can't compete with the fire department because it's a fire department, but TransCare, they do transfers too. So I think if we can stay around 18 to 19 an hour for our medics, we don't have to worry about losing people to TransCare because they don't want to do those transfers, those long distance. And I mean, they go all over the state, into neighboring states even. Yeah. So I think as far as a rural agency in this area, it would put us amongst the leaders, but we have a different set of benefits to offer. So at that point, they're not choosing for money, they're choosing for benefits.
Well, it's a very important aspect of our operation, that's for sure, and I commend you for putting together a class type system, and hopefully we can.
Well, I think we'll definitely look very strongly. I think we need to go hour out, guys.
It's not one program to mess with.
We're gonna have to do something.
We'll do that. Of course,
Absolutely.
obviously, the commissioners will have, because commissioners control the paid time off, so you guys will have to deal with that however you see fit, because we don't control that.
I will tell you, for the first time in my career, this has been the first year that I've struggled so bad thinking we're going to lose our service, or we're going to go backwards because I just can't staff. I can't do it.
Well, we need to do our part up here and then, see what we can do. Certainly your department is one of the most
Put
important.
together
And the commissioner will support whatever she should suggest, because we wouldn't know if there was a better way to do it.
Exactly.
Well, if she wants to try, I mean, if that makes more sense, I understand what she's saying, and her time off doesn't fit probably what
Money,
Anyone's
money
saying.
talks.
It's not even close.
No.
It's not
Money
even close.
talks.
And I will say average pay, so I did look that up, average pay for District 7 and 10. 7 is like Parke, Vermilion, and Vigo. 10 is, I don't remember, Davies County, Putnam, Posey, some of those. These are the DHS districts. The average pay is $16 an hour for an EMT and $20 an hour for a medic. Like I told Roy when I was collecting these, though, you have to be careful because it's so competitive hiring people now that when you talk to the directors, they don't want to give you what they're actually paying. Because they think you're going to like one penny up them and take their people. So some of these are not, I know by talking to some of their staff members, are not correct. But then again, this is every service, so it's, oh, I thought you were handing it back, sorry. It's county-owned services, it's individual services, it's a whole mix of everybody. So, but that's the average that I came up with.
All right, you want to just tell us what.
Tell us what's gonna make us number one here in the 4 or 5 county area.
That's it. We need to be $14 to $15 an hour for an EMT and 18 to 19 for a paramedic. That's where we need to fall.
Any other questions?
Oh, lots of them, but we've been,
Well, I was gonna say, we're gonna have to
we've been,
move forward,
her and I have
so.
been around and around about this.
Julie, does Ileana have as much trouble with help as the rest of them? I know
They're worse than we are. They're down 4 paramedics and I think 6 or 7 EMTs right now. So their staffing is even worse than ours, and they're
I was just curious.
they're
I have no
struggling real
idea.
bad. Yeah. Eric and I, we work a lot together just because we're so close and we work under the same protocols and we help each other out as far as runs go. So we have a pretty open relationship when it comes to what we pay and how we run things. He's struggling. And they pay about average for EMTs and medics, but they do transfers. So people will leave there in a heartbeat because they don't like transfers. And it's hard.
One last question for me, because you mentioned it a few times, but I just want to clarify it for my math when I'm playing around with this. Are you including the Kelly Day concept in your proposal?
The one that I submitted has the PTOs and the Kelly Day, yes.
Well, the PTOs is pretty much I already told you that's pretty
Yeah.
much got to come with it, but.
Yeah, it's already in that, it's included in that, and it's, like I said, it's a requirement in order to keep the overtime down. It's a requirement in the
Absolutely.
proposal that I sent.
Now, the Kelly Day, you said how many a year does an individual end up with?
It would be 52 total per year, but it's only 4 per year, so it's essentially one.
One per
every 3
quarter
to
per
4 months.
person, basically.
Yeah. And it only happens on their 3-day work week.
Right, right.
So it's only a day that they would have monstrous overtime anyway. They'll still have overtime,
Yeah, right.
but it'll cut down that one 24-hour shift, so they'll only have 8 hours.
Well, the one other comment I'll make, and I'll be quiet, but, you know, the thing about you, though, is, and have all the confidence in the world in you, that I know you keep the overtime down, that you're budget conscious. I mean, you've spent all this time and everything else, but you're budget conscious. I mean, if we had someone else in your position, they might not be budget conscious, and then we'll just, the overtime would just skyrocket, so.
The thing is with this doing the PTO time and the Kelly Day, that cuts out the ability for them to go crazy. If we leave vacation days, sick days, and holidays like they are now, they can go crazy with those days and take off every day of the year and get paid for it. And we don't want that to happen. So having the PTO in there, that cuts down their ability to be able to do that. And then if they're working overtime, they're so burnt out right now, you're not gonna get them to work overtime unless it's forced.
Right. Well, and that's not but I'm just saying from you as the director's standpoint.
Right.
I know you're conscious of that, so that gives me confidence that it won't be abused and that sort of thing. When others that we've had in your position, that might not have been the case.
Right.
So.
But this, even going forward into the future, having the PTO, it locks them at a certain time. So as long as you're fully staffed, it locks their ability to abuse it by too much. So it's not even gonna be, I tried to keep it to
Unless you're
where-
a director that isn't that way and you throw a third crew on their whip stitch because you want to.
Right, but that would be easy to track for you guys if you needed to.
Sort of.
I don't plan on going anywhere unless Jim makes me, so
Might point out another commissioner point.
Another commissioner.
I'm getting rid of him before, we're getting rid of him before you.
Yeah, we'll get rid of the commissioner before we do anything. That's not a bad idea. No, did I say that?
Careful now.
Oh, sorry. Anything else for Julie?
All right.
Yeah, you did do a good picking her. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we'll give you that one.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you,
everyone.
I'll give you that one.
We'll give you that
one. Okay. Health board, yeah. Oh, they sent you by yourself, huh?
Yeah, Letty had a prior commitment.
Another tricky one, by the way, just so you know.
And this budget doesn't really have anything to do with Liddy anyway, so. She just happens to be the full-time person, so.
Well, is there anything you'd like to talk about particularly? or-
Yes, I did want to bring up this past year, the raise that Liddy received, the $1,000 for being full-time. I noticed all of that was coming out of the 1168. And when I prepared this year's budget last year, I had just come in, and so wasn't really sure what I was doing. And Josh had wanted, because the full hours had been put on both of them, full hours worked, and so he wanted them split up. I split the hours up 50-50, and so I had been paying 50-50 out of the two accounts, which is not what's supposed to happen. By the time I prepared the state budget in October, that's kind of when I saw, okay, this is how this works. There is definitely a learning curve. And so at that point, I saw that the 1159 is supposed to pay 75%, and the 1168 25% is what it's supposed to be. And so that $1,000 that she got really needs to be split between 75% out of the 1159 and 25% out of the 1168. And so that is the way I prepared it, this budget.
Well, I didn't leave it that way, so. Yes, will actually, if we do.
When
raises like-
I'm sorry, when I prepare my report for the state, I need to, be able to.
Let me finish, okay? All right, so, what you submitted, I don't have, because I had to change those because if we give raises, there wasn't enough in here to work with, so they were upped a little bit each. If we give raises on a percentage basis, which has been a conversation some of us have had, then there will be a raise percentage-wise across both.
Okay.
Versus one straight one out of local health maintenance. Okay? It may not fall exactly at 75-25. It'll be close. It's very close to what the split is right now. What's set in here. And when they go up, that's where it's set to go. The budget's been published at this point. We can jack around with it a little bit, but this has gone on for 2 or 3 years now. And they've never worried about it.
I also don't know that it was being done properly in the past.
I don't know if it's being done properly or not, but she's getting paid.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. My issue is when I report to the state, I have to, there's not supposed to be a supplantation of funds between the 1168 and the 1159, and it was set at 75%.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay.
Okay, well, we're gonna put it in the budget the way we feel that it needs to go in, and then you'll just have to, it's just how it is. So, if you have anything else besides, we get that, so, if you have anything else?
I do
I'll look
have-
at it when we get done with the percentages, if we do that, and we'll see where it's at. And
Or we can just leave it and not, we'll just leave it as it is. We can do that and then, So, go ahead.
And so I should just take it up with the state then, I suppose, that this is what's happened, I guess. My other question is then,
are there regularly raises, and does that need calculated in? I don't know.
We'll calculate the raise.
The way every department does it is that they put in a request for what they would like to see a salary increase, for a salary increase. So, as an example, the assessor sitting behind you may request $1,000 for her staff apiece. Okay,
I
so
see.
she puts in her budget request $1,000 for her first and second deputy. The treasurer may do a different number. The sheriff will do his numbers. It's all, you were here for part of the discussion with Julie. She
Sure.
requested the numbers. Okay,
Sure.
that's how everybody does it. They put in what they ask for,
Okay,
okay? That doesn't mean we will set what you get.
correct. I just didn't know if there was a standard to go by.
No, we don't set a standard of you request this much or you don't request this.
Okay.
Now, I have been known at times to come back and say, you need to request something because some budgets, some departments are always running, you weren't in here for some of it, a lot of these departments never change, frankly. Don Pruner was in here from the courthouse, his budget's been the same every year I've done this. Okay? If he's on a self-sufficient fund, which some of these departments are, yours are, the one you're in here talking about, there's not 15 departments or 18 departments in the health department fund, there's one. Okay? If you don't ask for request, I've been known, I went back on your predecessor a few times, put in a request for a salary increase,
Okay.
because otherwise, if we give a raise, either
Right.
one of two things gonna happen, either the department employees are not gonna get it, or number two, I'm gonna cut something somewhere else.
Okay, all right.
And so, what the number you put in there to ask for, that's your call,
Okay, all right.
entirely.
That's just what I wanted to know, what the standard was. And
No, there's no fixed number.
okay. And whether that was almost expected, I guess, is,
Yes.
okay, all right.
It's expected that there'll be something in there.
Okay, all right, that helps me, I appreciate that. Anything else?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Christie, come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. I think ours is pretty straightforward. Purdue has asked for a 5% increase in salaries across the board, and then the only other thing I adjusted was a 5% salary increase for our office manager to kind of match our increase. Everything else stays the same.
Have you had any luck hiring any part-time yet? Or I think you'd indicated maybe you're gonna wait. I don't know, where do we stand on that?
Yeah, for the part-time secretary, her last day is September 2nd. We still do have the program assistant that Purdue hired with the vacant HHS 4-H position. And that is funded through October, so hopefully we get that filled by the time that money.
And Purdue is paying that first? Purdue
Yes.
is paying that first, and
Yeah.
you alluded to.
Yeah.
If I may, if I get asked,
Sure.
what's the part-time secretary responsibilities? What do they do?
That person is mostly responsible for 4-H enrollment, volunteer forms, things like that. Helps a lot with answering phone, mail, shares kind of deposits.
How many days a week and
kind
hours?
of, 4 days a week and 28 hours. So I think we struggled with that because we lost the benefits, so it's probably gonna rotate a little bit as people are offered more money or benefits somewhere else, but.
Michelle did a great job.
She did,
Michelle
yeah.
Mitchell was doing that. She did a great job. I mean, I was around there a little bit more, and I mean, my God, she does a lot
Yeah.
of
Yeah, and having livestock knowledge, that helps too, whenever people call in with
4-H
questions.
knowledge and that
Yeah.
sort of thing
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. But Melinda's as the program assistant, she's been helping with phone calls and stuff too now, so, because she knows the 4-H stuff, so. But yeah, I told John we'd probably just hold off on hiring and save a little bit of money, because if we had a downtime during the year, it would be now in the fall, so.
So you're looking for a replacement for Gail, or that's
Mhm.
within I know the university kind of controls that, but so where are we in that?
They've had, I think 2 or 3 screenings, but the applicant pool is small. It's small.
Same story that we hear.
Pay's not great. It's, you know.
Do they still require a master's, or
No,
have they finally
bachelor's.
come off of that now?
Yeah,
So they do
bachelor's
require a
required.
bachelor's.
Mhm. But with that, they lowered the
Then they
starting
lower the
salary
pay,
too.
then I assume too.
Yeah.
So.
I guess if I'm gonna
Go
go
ahead,
ask those
go ahead.
questions, what does it pay, what is the starting pay for it now then?
49,000.
Okay.
You gonna handle that?
Sure.
Well, since I didn't know what they're talking about.
Okay, so, could you tell us, Christie, what is the balance in the 310 account at this point?
Is that a Purdue account,
30.
or what is that? That must be a Purdue account.
It's a Purdue account, it's not ours.
Yeah.
Is that where our money is collected?
They used to call that a 310 account that we had on campus, and I think there was, they used to have an account that was, this is whenever Jim was CED, so they had a couple different funds on campus and then they merged it. It was whenever they had a vacancy in an educator position, and there might have been like, you know, if it didn't get filled, they'd put that money in that account, and then the county could still use it. And they put that together, but there's, I think, $3,700 in that account that is available for us, but it's just kind of sat there.
Okay, so what happens with it then? I mean, what do you do with it? Anything? I mean, do you have any control over it?
Yep, I can request to use it for, you know, if we wanted to use it for professional development or to hire a part-time person during the summer, we could request it for that, or.
And how long have we been short an educator now?
For currently?
For Parke County, yes, currently.
She left at the end of May.
End of May, so you've got June, July, August. At this point, almost 3 months without it, but we've still paid Purdue.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, they're asking, and I'm not putting you on the spot with this because you're reporting what they're telling you to report. They're requesting almost $2,000 per agent here. It would seem almost logical to me that some of that money could be used to offset some of that. What do you think about that?
Think we could do that, or
The money that 3,700.
could that come back and then we reuse that, or I don't know if it necessarily has to come back, but I think what Roy's saying is, you know, couldn't some of that money be shifted
Offset
over to
some of the
offset
salaries.
some of that? I mean, do you think that can be done, or?
Because that comes out of the
Typically
salary of
requested.
the educator that's not here, right?
That money? It's been at that balance since I've taken over as CED, so we just haven't ever needed it. It's kind of, I would call it more like a rainy day fund. If you wanted, if we had, you know, 3 full educators and we all wanted to go to a national conference, then we would kind of have that as a backup fund aside from what the county
So
provides.
there's nothing new going into it with Gale being gone?
No.
So where does that money go then, or what happens with that then, that we haven't had an educator for 3 months?
Well, besides the program assistant they're paying for, Gale's was a little bit different because whenever another educator leaves, they still have to pay out the benefits and the time off, vacation time and that
Sure,
stuff.
sure.
So a lot of times there's not a lot left over. I think you've requested a balance if there is after, you know, if there is a gap between after benefits are paid and that position still
So we
isn't filled. But
could get that balance. Of course, she might have had, of course, she transferred to
she
another-
transferred, so hers is a little different, so she didn't need that payout.
Right.
Like
So
that.
could you find out if there is a balance, I guess, and what that is, or if there is any from the time now that she's no longer been here, or?
Minus what they're paying the program assistant.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly,
that's
sure.
legitimate.
Sure.
Absolutely.
If there is anything, or could we get
Find
some
out.
kind of accounting in that, because there were
Yeah.
questions about that, and I wasn't sure, none of us are really sure how it works, so,
Okay.
if you could ask that.
And I can definitely look into, you know, that county campus account is what they call it.
Well, I don't know that,
I'm
I don't
not
know that
necessarily
we need
forced
to,
to.
no, I don't know that you need to, I just assumed just for now, just leave the 30, I thought the 3,700 was part of Gale's
Oh,
Some did.
No, I've gotten monthly statements for that since I took over
Well, let's
CD,
not,
and
let's
it's
not
been
tamper with that,
balance.
because, you know, it doesn't hurt to have a little rainy day fund, and if, you know, like something comes up, so let's not
Okay.
tamper with that. Just merely pose the question to Purdue or whomever about the gap here with Gail's leaving, and if there is any funds
Sure.
available for that. I think that's fair to
What we've
everybody.
paid, what we've paid for and not quote unquote in received because she's been gone.
Yeah,
Minus
minus
the
the
program
program
assistant that they
assistant
put in
and all
there, and
that.
that's legit.
That's fair enough,
Okay,
if you could do that.
yeah,
We have had some services continue as well too, so.
yes.
Have they,
And Gail-
how does that
We've
work?
still had pressure testing going on for the canners and stuff that people bring into the office, and HHS questions have been referred to adjoining counties. And Gail has come up and done a couple of programs still in Parke County, and we have one for the home-based vendors coming up in September to meet the requirements for that, so.
Is she doing
We
that
still have
too?
programming going on.
Well,
or
Putnam County.
Putnam
is
County is gonna
teaching,
furnish
yeah.
that then. So we are receiving some services, we're not
Yeah,
completely
and any
out.
calls that come in, we reach out to other educators, so they're answering those calls. and
Sure,
stuff.
not going on any.
And I will say that Purdue will be the first to say, because they've told us that if you want your money back, that they will stop answering. We'll just say you've got to call another county. And I hate that, but that's what Purdue will tell me.
Right. Well, all we're asking you to do right now is just ask what the balance is. And then don't make any changes of anything, just see what it is. It may be a little or nothing with time she was paid out, with the
Well,
program
when she
assistant
transferred,
and
there's probably not
and-
that much, but that's not the same.
We just like to know what the amount
We
is,
wouldn't
I think, more than anything. And then, but yeah, don't make any changes or don't tell them we're stopping, we're just asking.
Okay.
Could I,
Anything else? Yeah.
could IU help out a little bit?
Could IU help?
Council chairman have to change shirts then.
Yeah, see, I wore mine. No, that's not gonna happen. I'm not changing my shirt. Yeah, that. Not happening.
Just thought I'd ask.
Not happening. Okay.
We're always available.
We'll always employ them though if they want to apply for the job.
Okay, well, I just thought, I want you to talk about your 4-H numbers just quickly.
This year we were at 659. I think last year we were at 687, so down about 28, but I think that's kind of like normal fluctuation. I kind of feel like because our mini 4-H is such a huge feeder program, that we get a lot of them in there, and I don't think we saw the effects of COVID and me not being able to get into the schools right away because we still had that feeder program, and this year is kind of where we saw that little bit of a drop, but I
So you
expect
know, I meet
numbers
with other
to.
commissioners, we talk about this, they're amazed by our numbers, but it's always been in that 600 range. Since I was a kid, it's been in that 600 range. Hallinator and all those processes, all those years, so really proud of you. And I mean, it's just impressive for other counties to see those kind of numbers.
Good. And I mean, we had the comments, during the fair, which I thought we had a great fair. I felt like that the numbers were down in the exhibit hall, but with the same amount of 4-Hers, I think families are just being choosier about which projects they take. So it looks like numbers are down, but I mean, you see families come in and they've only taken 3 projects instead of 7, I think. So it looks like numbers are down, but I'm happy with where we're at.
I will tell you this from the floor, and most people didn't notice. We had the director of 4-H that is so impressed with Parke County's number of volunteerism and youth that the state director came down during the fair and observed the grounds, and hardly anybody knew he was there.
Oh, really? Well, that's interesting.
And I think that's a tremendous
Yes.
vote of support for Christie. I mean, she's not gonna toot her own horn, but what she has done with the 4-H program to keep it going in this county, when you look at other counties in the state that are dropping, I think it's a good thing.
Well, I know my son gets a lot out of it, especially going to 4-H camp and what they do. I mean, my gosh, I wouldn't want to tolerate all those kids at 4-H camp, I can tell you that. He loves it though, and I mean, that's a credit that you can do that. I mean, that's certainly, so.
I thought it was a great fair.
It was a good fair. I mean, it
It's
was
terrific.
well attended, and I mean, I think
Well
that,
attended,
The sitting area in the middle, I think worked out well. That was nice.
yes,
That was good.
first class.
I think probably the days of the carnival are gone just because they're so expensive now. I think it costs, they said to secure one for 2 years out, it was gonna cost the fair board like $40,000. And that's not even guaranteed that they'll be there in 2 years. So.
Well, the liability and expense. Okay, thank you very, any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff, this is your last hurrah for this, or at least for a while.
One.
At least for a while.
Yeah. I'd sent out the justification letter back in June. Of course, things have changed. I'd kind of bragged we're fully staffed back in, but in 2 months, we're short a jailer. We had the deputy go out on medical, so we're holding the job for 6 months for him. And then we had one of our newest hires take another job. He just gave us his actual start date for that. So that'll be at the end of September, so we're getting ready to be short again.
So that's a deputy that's gonna change, is that I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's a deputy then that's gonna leave, and then I know we've got one on medical.
Yeah. So we'll be 2 down for a while. So anyway, I guess, once again, we're struggling as we have been, but due to the cost increases on everything, I think there was 4 lines that I'd requested extra money put in. Inmate meals, prisoner medical, uniform cleaning. The vehicle maintenance was another one. Cost of gas is what gets paid out of that. We had asked for the council to fund the cost of 1 more vehicle for next year. I've lost track. We bought several out of commissary, and definitely I didn't mind doing that. We got commissary kind of worked out where we did some new things over the last 8 years, generated a lot more money. So we bought a lot of stuff, and we're able to do that and just try to save some of the county.
What you need to do, see, since this was you're leaving or not
Burn
going to
it
the
up.
sheriff anymore, so you burn that up, and then you hand that to the next sheriff, then he has no money to spend. Because Lord knows that's been going on here for a long time.
I started out pretty low, but.
You just hand that off to him, say, there you are.
There you are. So of course the Tahoes, they $42,400 is what they jumped up to. That's a $5,000 increase is what they jumped up to for 2023. We're not committed to it. We asked them for 2. There's a shortage on police vehicles. They'd rather sell to civilians. There's more money in it. So, but we're definitely not committed on that. But possibly next year, Jason, if we're able to, I'm sure he'd probably buy another one out of commissary. We finally got the fleet kind of up where we need to be, except now we're stuck at the outfitter. We're at their mercy waiting on supplies. So now we're kind of, the cars that are beaten up, but we expected to be sold or sitting as a spare SRO car or whatever, now still being driven daily, and now we're putting repairs into them. But hopefully within next month, we'll have 2 more Tahoes out, and then we should be in really good shape on vehicles. And our maintenance line had went down a lot, but the fuel shot up, so. I put in raises for all employees. We did find a maintenance guy. I think we went 6 or 7 months without a maintenance person, but we did find one probably 2 months ago. Seems to be doing a really good job, so we got lucky on that. I didn't think we would ever find one, but he does really good, has a lot of knowledge, so we're happy with that. Raises mainly $3,000 what I put in for. Probably the average for deputies is starting out around this area is low to mid 50s. I know that we can't match that, but I put in that just based on you guys giving us the $2,000 ARP bonus money, or I don't remember what you called exactly, but I was just trying to figure out what you already give us with stipends and longevity, just to try to get it up a ways, and that's what the $3,000 is for. Just trying to get us close. I've talked to some people I've tried to recruit. there is a few people that's got the academy that have reached out and talked to me. They're interested in coming back. It's just always the pay is what gets them. So, and
These are people that have worked for us before, or deputies before?
there's
or-
one of them that has, but
Of course,
yeah,
Eddie
his-
came back, but of course, his circumstance was kind of unique, but.
yeah, no, and that was.
Which
yeah.
that was a win-win for
Oh yeah,
everybody.
yeah, definitely no regrets on that one.
No.
But yeah, there's an officer that left us and went to Hendricks County and talked to him, but it's just, the pay is what his issue is. Of course, a lot of them regret leaving when they do, or they want to come back to Parke County because where they went, they don't enjoy living there with the family, or the cost is so much. But, so I don't know, it's just our hiring pool's dwindling, everybody's is, but we're just.
Doesn't matter what occupation you're in, they're
Yeah.
looking for people to work.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to work.
On your building repair, I got a missed call here from Matt Steckley. I know he's calling. I know he's struggling, he can't get people to bid on the project. Just like
Oh, on the
anything else.
jail?
Can't get people to bid, so I'll talk to him as soon as we get through this meeting, let you know what I find out from that.
Okay, go ahead, Charlie.
We need to arrest some siding people, I guess.
Yeah, you need to get some, yeah, if you're in somebody who's signing.
Hey, now you're starting to get that.
You guys have given overtime for jail officers, dispatchers. That was this is the first year we've ever done that.
How's that going? Do they like that, or is it better?
Yeah,
or
yes. No,
anything?
they definitely like it. We've lost, I think, maybe one dispatcher, and it just basically, he considered it a retirement because he'd done different things, and it was just kind of something to keep him busy. So yeah, the turnover in dispatch has definitely been better. But the jail staff, it's just, I don't know, it's just a constant battle with them. But the few that we have that's been there for a long time, they definitely like that. So, and then we definitely haven't abused it. We kept an eye on it, and I don't know where we're at. I should have looked and I didn't, but I'm sure that there's still over 50%, probably 70% of that overtime budget yet left that we haven't used. So I think in June I think you guys put 90,000 in it, and we'd only use basically 14,000 in June. So.
Well, it's always
We've
hard.
only used 21 now.
It's always hard to know when you start.
It was a
something
guess.
like that.
I mean, we
Yeah,
just threw a
well,
number in it.
You know, and we may end up cutting that back some just because it, you know, if it doesn't appear that you're going to need that much.
Yeah.
It's always a guess. I don't know if maybe you heard most of the discussion with Julie, but
Yeah.
you know, if we do something like what she's asking, why, you know, there's a certain amount of guesswork that goes into that.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't necessarily easy to calculate.
I
Well,
thought
we
that
never
thing
know.
big because, you know, you were going to have people working overtime. You
Oh,
weren't
yeah.
fully staffed, and it was just I made up the number. Heck, it was just a guess.
So we definitely haven't, abused that or
Oh,
tried to.
my point with Julie was that we have had some, and certainly not you and not Julie, department heads that might have abused that, and that's always a worry from our standpoint, because there's not a whole lot we can do other than just cut it or not allow that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and I'll have to say, all of our department heads, I don't know one now that we have elected and are appointed, are all very cost conscious. So we don't have to worry about that now, but you know, you're always thinking, oh, we'll get one that, doesn't pay attention to that.
And I think the last thing that I hadn't hit on, the longevity extension request. You guys have, in the last 8 years, just stuff that I never ever thought that you guys would give to us to try to get the salaries up there. You guys have been great. I appreciate it. Everybody appreciates that. The only other thing, like I said, I was just trying to, the guys that we've got on, half the department's been there 15 years or more. And it's just, the longevity stops at 15 years, so I requested if you guys would honor the 20 years with another stipend, just as an added reward for the people that have been dedicated or whatever.
Well, I think we will take a look at that. I don't know, it might be either that or we might just add on money on the dollar figures that we have now, something of that. Certainly rewarding those that have stayed with us. I'm not that sympathetic, quite honestly, for those that leave and then, they don't wanna be here, they don't wanna be here. But certainly our people that have stayed need to be rewarded. I'm for that, or that's the way it ought to be. So.
But I think that kind of hits on everything that I'd sent to you a couple months ago, but.
Well, it's been a pleasure to work with you. I mean, it's not like this is your last day, but, you know, it has been. I mean, you really have taken the job, and you understand the job. I mean, I've worked with several different sheriffs now, and all of them approached it maybe just a little different. But I think from what you've done, and of course, you're low-key, and you don't get too upset about anything, and, you know, you've managed the employees well, and I think you've done really, you know, excellent for these past 8 years. I mean, it's, you know, we're not
Thank
always
you.
agreed, and, you know, you'll have that, but, you know, you're good to work with, and you do understand, and, you're super well liked out in the community, so you should be certainly proud of that.
Thank you.
We've come a long way since our budget hearing.
There's always gonna be some disagreements, I mean, it's just part of it, I mean.
Come a long way from that argument, haven't we?
Yeah.
When one of your predecessors came in one time and everything that any councilman asked him, his standard response was, well, you don't think the deputies are doing a good job. And that had nothing to do with the question, but that was his standard response. Well, you don't think we're doing a good job? And it's like, no, it's not what we're asking. But that was his standard response, and then you wonder why there was conflict.
Yeah.
So
But no,
we do appreciate you.
Well, and I greatly appreciate working with you guys, and like I said, it's been
You've done a good
99%
job.
positive, so.
You've done a great job.
Yeah,
You
good job.
should be very proud of the job. The people of this county should be very proud of the job you've done as sheriff.
He got elected, you didn't appoint him.
That's right. You've done a great job.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
appreciate you, and it has been good, and, you know, you should be proud, and I certainly, because I hear it from the community, I mean,
Absolutely.
you know, there are hardly, almost zero complaints about what goes on out there, you're at the jail and with your people and that sort of thing, and I mean, you know, and obviously, when you're called, why, there's problems, that's why they call you, and
Right.
so, to be able to say that, I mean, is
You'll call him on a good day.
well, no, not call to see how he
Call
is.
to see how he's
Not
doing.
call to see how he is. So, you know. Anything else for the sheriff? Okay, thank you very much. We look forward to
Thank you,
working with
Justin.
Sheriff-elect Frazier.
Thank you, guys.
We're not gonna give you the
Thank
easy
you.
pass that we gave him, though.
You gotta earn it over a few
Yeah, you
years.
have to earn
We'll get in
it.
a fight here a few
That's
times.
earned,
and then
not,
we'll go.
that's earned.
End of our schedule.
About ready to go to lunch then? Is that what you wanna do? We get over there and.
Record the rest, unless you want Laura and.
Laura, would you like to go?
Yeah.
Okay, well, why don't we let Laura go, and then we'll have that taken care of.
There's no changes, it is what it is.
Okay, well, that was easy enough. That is what it is. That's easy enough.
That's exactly what it
No,
is.
that's what it is.
Okay. Alrighty.
You lowered a couple things, office supplies and postage, run them down a little bit. Good.
Always appreciate anybody saving some money.
You
Big
lowered
thing
the
anymore.
postage.
I did, you did.
You don't want to lower the postage.
Right.
No, I said, you requested it lower than what last year. So
Maybe I was going by with because I used what we spent last year. When I was preparing the budget, I
No,
was.
Mary Ann's not gonna have any postage there, so she won't mail out anything.
Well, it's what we spent last year.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
That's
that's fine.
fine.
That's
That's
fine.
going by.
It'll be alright.
Because I didn't want to overdo the budget, whatever we spent, that's what I put in.
Sure. I assume that's all.
That'll be fine. Okay.
Anything else? Okay, we'll be in recess till approximately 12:30. Okay, we're back together now, so Randy, you're up, go right ahead.
Okay. Well, basically ours stayed about the same, other than we did raise a few things. Of course, the wages. raise them $1 overboard. Fuel, I raised it $5,000. Tires, I went another $5,000. Repair parts, I went $25,000. Liability insurance, about $5,000 more. And then in restricted, I raised the stone and gravel, $20,000. And bituminous, $32,500. And another $5,000 for culverts. Local road street, we added $10,000 to it. And bituminous and added, or seeded, what do you call that? $25,000. The fuel, we're getting pretty close on it right now, so I don't know what's gonna do next year, unless you guys know.
If I knew that, I probably wouldn't be sitting here.
No, that's right. Because I think that was all the increases we had in our budget.
What's our revenues, or I think Roy, you told me, but I've forgotten. What's the revenue like, gonna be like for highway or Randy or either one of you?
I don't know, we don't get a formula
Don't you
anymore.
get any kind of,
Local road and street looks to be up about 9,000, MVH 125,000.
up 125?
Yeah. Seeded's gonna be around 83,000 up. So they're certainly increasing and, at this point.
Go ahead, I just was kind of see where we're at revenue wise, like.
Okay. I did add that culvert for down there at Rosedale in the budget.
That ain't a joke.
So
Oh,
is
I
the
didn't
culvert
say
bad
that.
or not? I mean, that is
I don't
what we really
think it
wanna
is.
know. Is
I
the
don't really
culvert
think it
bad?
is. I can get our engineer to go down sometime and take a look at it.
Well, would that make everybody happier if an engineer looked at it,
Talking
or
about the
what?
one that Trails wants to split with us?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
see,
not split, I mean, we're gonna pay the majority of it.
I know they want to, yeah, and I know they want a trail across there, and they want that path, but if
There's
it's
a
perfectly,
sidewalk that
if it's
runs next
perfectly
to
good
it
culvert that
as
needs to be
well.
replaced, I don't think we need to replace it.
Yeah.
Well, that, I think that's where most, I can't speak for
But it's not
everybody
very wide.
Why can't we make
Here.
that wider?
here,
Yeah.
but I don't think that, you know, we wanna spend money on a culvert that we don't think there's an
I
issue.
agree.
If the culvert's not bad, why not just make the sidewalk
Well,
wider?
that's just my opinion, it's not bad.
We've got other bridges that need work way.
Oh, yeah.
True, and if the engineer, and I think we need to have him look at it, if the engineer says, yeah, it needs to be replaced, then I think it's reasonable to do that.
Well,
and do it that way, but.
Put it at the
that
bottom of the
replaced
list.
yet? Shouldn't.
And if it's a little, and I agree, I mean, it's a little narrow, but, you know, we've not had, as far as I know, there's been no accidents
No,
there.
people wait on people,
I mean,
other
it's
people to
working.
get by.
I guess I would say, I guess, you know, once and when, if it is actually bad, well, then we can have the discussion about the width and the sidewalk and all of that, but, I just think, you know, it's just a waste of money to be thinking about replacing that, if it's not bad. I mean, if it makes you guys feel better, everybody, when the engineer's available, can have him. I stopped down there and looked at it. Now, I, of course, obviously no engineer, but I mean, I don't see any cracks in it. Doesn't look
No,
like it's
I
washing on
haven't
either
seen
side.
I haven't seen
It's a
anything.
little narrow. That's be the only thing I can say.
We get both ways, you know, if you hate the trail idea, you're opposed to going to do anything for the trails. If you love the trails and you wanna replace that bridge and put the walk trail by it, that has no impact on me, and I don't think the other commissioners at all. I think they're as pragmatic as you are. If it needs replaced, we'll replace it, and then we can do that part. But if it doesn't replace, there's no reason to be replaced, it doesn't need to be.
Right.
Well, there's no reason to replace
I
that
think
bridge.
that we're in agreement then on that.
So I think we need to have an engineer look at it, though, and tell us that.
But yeah, if you wanna go ahead and have him look, we'll probably not include it, cause we're gonna have to make a decision really today, but if you were to suddenly say, oh,
Yeah.
it's gonna fall in or it's a danger, and like I asked you 2 months ago, is it a safety? If it's a safety thing, we'll do something. If it's not, probably just gonna have to stay the way it is. As JB said, we have others that got the side off of them that are bad, and I just can't.
And traffic should be approaching that bridge at 30 mile an hour, it's in town. So it should be like you got 50, 60 mile an hour vehicles coming, trying to decide who's gonna get through there first, so.
20 mile an hour through there.
Is it 20? Yeah, see, that shouldn't be
And
a problem.
another thing, I guess, and Roy, I know asked Randy, but others may not know this either, I didn't. I guess the county's actually responsible for bridges and culverts within an in that incorporated town, or?
Yeah, bridges and drainage, which I.
Bridges and drainage.
Culverts and even some ditch work.
But, because obviously we're not responsible for paving and that sort of
No,
thing
no.
in the incorporated town of Rosedale.
No.
Because that was one of the questions, that bridges or culvert or whatever you were gonna call it, is in the city
What would they
limits.
put in there? Would they put a culvert in there, Randy, or
One
a
of
tank
those-
car or
One of
something?
those bolt together hog houses, I call them.
Okay.
Arch.
That's about.
Yeah.
So, and that would be something that we would actually contract, would we do that, or would that be a contracting thing, or
I'd
what?
say contract.
Because they'd have to
We
tear
can-
all that
We can
out.
do them, but we're pretty well swamped. I don't have no help.
Yeah, I know
That would be your issue, hell.
Like today, only got 10 people there today.
I was just asking, I understand. I guess the other thing would be, and I don't, Jim, maybe you can, I mean, I guess we have that closed. That could be, there can't be something that we
Better
have.
not do it while school's on, cause I go through there 4 times a day in a bus, and there's 3 other buses that cross there.
Right. Well, these are all considerations, even if the bridge was bad, well, we would
Right.
have to consider because of course, obviously, public safety and
Right.
school bus and all that. But it sounds like to me that the bridge is good enough for now. But,
I think it is.
we can have the engineer look at it.
Absolutely.
There'll
That'd
be
be
a little
fine.
charge on that, but
Well, that's okay. I mean,
that
he's the
much.
expert, not.
yeah, it won't be that much.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know of anything else unless you guys have questions.
Basically, what you raised is petroleum-based products,
Yeah,
fuel and blacktop.
other than culverts, you know.
Yeah, but
Metal, I mean,
that's just, everything just falls.
yeah.
It's understandable.
So we've heard all day long, and you just alluded to it about the help situation. I mean, how many vacancies do you have? I mean, I know you said only had 10 there today.
Do I have 5?
Exactly, the vacancies, we've got 23 guys, basically.
Yeah, and they should be up to,
We actually do have 20, how many did you say?
23 guys.
That are employed or
Part-time,
there
field guy.
now.
Yeah.
And then, so we're short maybe 3.
We don't have any laborers.
No
We're
labor.
down an operator, truck driver.
What's fully staffed then?
Yeah, I guess that's where I was trying to go.
well, it should be around 33, I think.
Is that what it is?
I think so. 32, 33, because we used to have 35, and that was with 3 seasonal operators. Of course, that includes me and Janie. Right. Foreman.
We just don't pay enough?
I'd say that's probably part of it, but I don't
Yeah.
know that that's the massive, nobody wants to work.
That's right. I didn't want to say that, but.
Yeah.
Well, it's
What-
been
We've
kind
been
of-
here all day.
It's been said, and I'm-
Yeah.
What would somebody start with? What would you hire them in at what rate?
It's either non-CDL or CDL now, $17.50 or $18.50.
That's all.
Yeah, that's all.
And they gotta have a CDL.
For the 1850, they
The
would.
18.
You get $1 more if you have the CDL.
But Doc, that's right in the middle of the surrounding counties though, because we did a study last
If
year.
you recall, we raised it $3 an hour
Yeah.
in the middle of last summer, right?
Yeah.
To try and help that.
So
We're
it's
not
obviously,
top, but we're not bottom on that.
so it's obviously, nobody's.
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 Yes.
Everybody's
They're all hurting for
suffering.
workers.
But I need more CDL drivers than I do
Yes, you do.
the nons.
Sure,
Um,
sure,
Them nons are,
sure.
they can do some handwork, you know, stuff like drive a pickup, but as
Exactly.
far as the trucks, they can't drive those.
Got a pickup, as long as they pull a trailer.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's right.
Those, no puns like that, but we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
They can run a grader and stuff like that, right?
Surrounding counties
Non-CDL.
right now are not 20.
Yeah, they could run a grader, so they got a license.
I could too, but you wouldn't want me to.
Oh, probably not. You'd be down your driveway all
There you go.
I That used to happen, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Something to think about, maybe, I don't take your time on that Rosedale Bridge, what approximately, Randy, would be cost of that?
Well, we was
You
gonna
put 230,000.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking, about $250,000. The only thing to think about on that is, not from our viewpoint, because I don't wanna change it, it doesn't need to be changed, that's never gonna change. But if the Trails Association wants to change it, they may come back, because they have that $5 million grant, but they have
I
to
was gonna
spend it
say, they
within a
had
certain
money
time.
or something,
But they have a
didn't
time frame. So if they come back and say, well, we're not gonna have that money next year to do this, and if they wanted to pay for the whole thing, I'm okay with that, but I'm still not gonna be okay with changing it until it has to be changed, so. But if they came back and said, well, we'll pay the whole $250,000, then I would think the commissioner would probably be okay
Well,
with
that'd be
that.
stupid if we didn't let them.
Yes, yes, we would, I agree.
Well, I suppose if they would pay for the full thing, but I highly doubt it.
Right now, they want us to pay for the whole thing.
Well, we're not, we
Well,
can't
they're
justify
putting in
that.
somewhere.
Yes, they are.
We can't justify that to a taxpayer that we're tearing out bridge just because they want to trail.
Just because they trail. I'm not,
The only way
I'm
we
not
can
a
do that
single
would be if
person
they
asked
were
me
gonna
to
pay
do
for the whole
something.
thing.
Well,
We
they
can do
won't
that.
pay for the whole thing, we'll talk again.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know when they have to spend that money, but it's got a time.
I bet there's a time limit on
Here it
it.
is.
So Randy, how about talking just a little bit about Coombe Bridge? I mean, you want to say anything? I mean, that's kind of related to
That's
this
where that's at.
discussion, I know, but is there any other bridge or thing you need to talk about in Coombe Bridge or anything
Well,
that we're,
We've got,
I know you buy culverts out of there and other things, but,
well, mainly now our culverts come out of restricted.
oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah. But, we've got one closed down on Tick Ridge Road. We're gonna have to replace it. Haven't heard back yet, but I'm hoping we can replace it with a big pipe instead of a bridge. A lot less time, be quite a bit cheaper even. And, which I wouldn't have to come back to you for money on that this year, but, because we could use that Bridge 31 money, because I put it back in next year, Bridge 31, so. Then we got where's this covered bridge, Melcher Bridge on Strawberry Road. It's closed, we'll have to have some abutment work done to it, and part of an arch ring replaced. I just got a contract to take the commissioner meeting, next meeting, with VS Engineering to do some plans for it, so we can bid it, because that's gonna be more expense than what we can just let somebody do.
The bridge that was tore up that our former employee tore up, did it all get fixed then and pretty much back to you guys, your people were able just to fix that then?
Well, us and Dan.
And call them help too, or
He done the epoxy to the beams,
to get them back.
spliced them back together.
So I thought it was fixed.
Yeah.
What bridge was that?
Bowser.
Bowser.
Then we gotta close the sanatorium bridge down. We're gonna have to replace the floor beam in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's rotted out in the center.
The long, cross beam?
Uh-huh. But it's toward the east end, so we're just gonna take part of the floor up.
They got a slab there to use, to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The slab's there, yeah, as long as it's not.
We
it's not
finally
like
got the
rain.
beam here last week or week before last.
How long, any idea how long it'll take, maybe?
Well, it shouldn't take about a week.
About a week?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, you have the slab, so as long as it's crossable, I mean, that's.
And I told you, we did split, the CBC and the highway department split, replacing the siding on the Mecker Bridge, so that'll be in good shape. I took all the electrical conduit stuff out of it here last summer.
That's about all.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I do think that if we're gonna wait on an engineer to make a statement about that bridge down there, so be it. But you might ought to probably think about what bridge you actually need to fix. Because, that could be put in here in place of that one that doesn't need fixed.
Yeah. Well, I have multiple bridges
Aye.
we need to do some work on. I mean.
That's what
not real
part of this
expensive.
conversation
Yeah,
here is, you know,
not
you've got
real
all these other
expensive,
jobs
but-
that need to be done.
Got some that need to put riprap around, stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that same money could be spent, I mean, it's
On
not
a
like
bridge,
we're
neither.
gonna bank it necessarily, but put it someplace where we have real problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Be what? That sounds like we're all in agreement with
Between
that.
Tangier and Savannah, the corners broke off of, over by Joe Machon's. They didn't get due to that one, remember that one end of it?
Yeah, we fixed that.
I didn't know if you'd done anything.
Yeah, I think we,
I'm just trying to.
bolted it back up,
I'm just trying to think of one that.
put some strips on it and bolted it to them. I can't think right off the top of my head what bridges it is, but we got several that have some scour, and around the wing walls and the bridge. We need to put riprap around.
Right, well, it's like I said, I think you could use that money for some of those projects to try to shore those up. Any other questions for Randy? Okay, thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
You guys have a good day.
All right.
Thanks, Randy.
I think the coroner's coming, or
She is.
she on her way?
Told her to try to be early, and she responded back at 12:35 that she had tried to make. Which horse is also.
Well, wanna wait a few minutes, or you wanna have some discussion?
So they gotta be saving
And I text Stephanie after.
$6,000 or $7,000 a week on labor. People don't have.
I think we already decided on that bridge.
I mean, we can either, whatever you wanna do.
There's Donna.
Well, I'll start her and then I'll call him.
Go to the bathroom and.
Well, she can go ahead and start, we don't need to wait on me.
Right, talking about.
I'll go right ahead, I'll be right back. We're ready to start. Excuse me, sir. Okay.
You got me early, but I didn't bring a copy of my budget, so I have to answer any serious questions.
Do you remember the concept?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's much has changed. I can tell you most of it.
Oh, I'll give you a copy of it. Send it there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not me. I don't get that much money.
Howard.
Take
Pass that down.
You don't want me to need that much money. That'd be bad. There we go. That's better.
All right,
That looks right.
switch page.
Okay. Well, you had stated something, you were gonna talk about your deputies, and you had made some comments about possibly wanting to change something there.
Oh yeah, but I pulled that from somewhere else. Can't remember where. Oh, storage. I pulled that from storage. Used to, we have an assistant, and then we have 2 deputies that split that money that's on the deputy line. And originally, that money wasn't all equal, but I had put it that way in recent years because I had 3 people that I used all kind of about the same.
Mm-hmm.
But now I do have one that I use more because she's retired and the other 2 are not. So that's why I put the assistant line up a little bit so that she's getting a little bit more, and then those other 2 are still splitting that 1,800.
You swipe that
From storage.
money out of other places.
Yes,
too, right?
yes. Mhm.
Yeah, so you're,
Overall, nothing's changing from 2022 as far as my total number. Well, it's a little less.
it's $25 less.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
And they did say, the last time I was down for an autopsy, that those are gonna go up a little bit again, but I don't think, I mean, this usually works fine. Like,
we don't usually get super close to that, so.
Who's doing our autopsies now? Because Cora retired, didn't he?
Yeah, it's still a company he's affiliated with. It's Dr. A, is what we call him because we can't pronounce his last name.
He's not very friendly.
Adalagbo, I believe, is as close as I can get.
Hospital.
Regional. Good guy, just tough to understand.
Cora did it for years.
Oh yeah, and he still fills in. I mean, we'd have to do, this is still far more affordable than if we had to do retain one of the traveling guys or anything like that, so deal with the increase.
Maybe I missed it. How many did we do? How many did you do or have you done?
This year, I think I'm only at 2 for this year, and those have both been correctional facility ones, so ultimately we get reimbursed for those. And I don't usually ask them to put that money back in my account unless it looks like I'm gonna need it, so that'll just come back to the county.
Well, that's good. Well, good deal.
Very straightforward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Free cake. Here you go.
Thanks.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Doc.
Back to work.
Back to
We'll
work.
see ya. Thanks for coming
They're
over.
only gonna do 30,000 vouchers for free.
That's right.
So Jim, I think you already told us that you're good with just whatever.
Yeah, because we've never really got involved with our numbers before, because our obligations are already there, so they know going into the next year, our obligations already are, so the auditors have always filled those in, and we just go with those. There might be a time when we come, like when we decided to purchase better cameras, so we have better transparency to the public. We may have to spend something we didn't know was coming up, but the auditor's always been good about finding us someplace where we have money we have to use from other accounts, so those things really don't come to us much. Roy asked me to look at that, and I did. Laura sent it to me here a few weeks ago, and but those numbers really don't. We don't have any discretionary money, is why I'm getting at. It's all obligated funds, really. So.
We'll take care of it.
Okay.
We got it.
But like always, I'll just take whatever you want to give us.
We got it.
Any
We
increase,
got
maybe 30-40% increase and everything. We'll be okay.
Good. All right.
Hold your breath.
Lord knows you never hesitate to ask.
No,
so.
that's right.
Let us know how you come out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, where do you want to start? Right.
I'm gonna record it, see, someone needs
I'll let you tell me, because I don't know what it means.
You don't have any questions for me more, do you? Anything you need to know?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Stay, go, whatever happens.
Not that it wasn't a fun party.
Oh, well, we appreciate you coming. I mean, it's always good to have your,
Something comes up, holler at me.
have your wisdom.
Okay. That doesn't take
I
long.
feel like he was really looking for the right word.
Someone will work through it. I'll work through a couple different lists here, and we'll work through my questions that we had, anything that I already had talked about, and then we'll pick up any stragglers, so. The first thing that I had on this list that I somewhat prepared for y'all was the soil and water stipend.
I think we're fine with that as far as what we discussed. They want to offer a stipend to Debbie out of their own funds, so, or to that position. Now, she's actually, I think, going to retire, so it really
Yes.
won't be necessarily for her, but for that position.
They want to take out their own.
My only
funds.
comment was that if they want to do 5,000, but I said they'll have to pay 6 because of retirement and Social Security.
Social Security.
We're not eating that, so they'll have to, and we want a written agreement. Is everybody?
Yeah.
Right.
They want to cover all the costs, I got no problem with that. I'm trying to keep it, but it's not gonna work.
Well, she said in here that she was done, I think, at the end of the year, that's what she said.
Yeah, for her replacement.
Yeah, she's,
No, we just talked about this, but the next thing on the list was the Rosedale Bridge.
Well, I think we've settled that. He really ought to use that money for something else, hopefully he will, or put it some, I don't know.
Something
if he would put
needed
it-
worse than there.
put it
I don't
someplace.
understand why they can't make that sidewalk wider and pay for it themselves.
Well, they probably could. I think it's
I
basically,
mean,
it's the
you're
difference
exactly
between
right.
a want and a need, you know?
Yeah. There's other things that we
And
can,
I'm gonna write on there, I don't care if their money runs out, or if their time runs out on it or not, I don't care. I've not had a single soul ask me to support that trail, not a single one. I've had a bunch of people tell me not to,
right?
so. I'm just, what I hear from the public, folks, what I hear. The next thing on the list was the EMS pay. This would be the discussion on hourly. Now, we don't have to, I guess, make that decision right now, because my intent is not to do the salary ordinance, try to get it done in.
I would prefer we just made the decision now, so we don't have to revisit it, everybody's got it fresh in their mind.
I'm fine, but we don't have, well, we can, I guess we can set the rates while we're at it.
Well, we don't have to set the rate, but what we're doing,
Make a decision to go hourly.
yeah.
we need to go hourly, for 24-hour, or get the sleep time. You know, that'll help them with their pay.
Ultimately, if we're not gonna let them go home.
Yeah, they're here on our time.
That's always, that makes.
I mean, you
it
know,
easy.
they've gotta be here, it's not like you can, oh, well, I'm gonna
Yeah.
go wherever. I mean, that's the big one, really.
Hourly, 24-hour pay, the lower paid time off scenario. That's gonna be her to deal with.
She's gotta deal with the commissioners on paid time off.
But we want this to basically be, this is a package deal, and I realize that.
Well, I think
said
he
they
said
were
that they
gonna do-
would
I
do
realize that, but we've been through this before with them too, so where we, you know, we just wanna make sure we're clear on what we said. That's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know what the rate is. I mean, I know what she asked for here, wrote it down.
It's like 1825, I think, for medics, and
Was it 19 and 18 or something?
19 was what others had said they would want.
1425 and 1825 is what she submitted, or said to us here.
Well, when we have the discussion on the raises, which I'm sure is coming right up,
Yeah.
we'll incorporate that discussion in with what their raise is too.
Longevity. We do want to do anything with that.
So the issue there is, I think Justin actually asked for us to add an additional, and he alluded to it, he wanted to, or he suggested, going, because you know our longevity now is 5, 10, 15. He said something about in his paperwork, I think, doing it 1 for 20.
Right.
I came back and I think, and some of the others have mentioned this as well, why not just raise the longevity for the 5, the 10, and the 15? And I'm talking about for deputies and the civilians too. I mean, I think if we do it, if we're gonna do a longevity increase, it needs to be done for our courthouse people or our civilian workforce as well as the merit deputies. Now, obviously, they're different numbers, but I don't think it's fair not to raise
One and not the other.
the other. And I mean, you can
Gotta
run
be
through the
fair.
numbers, Roy, I mean, what we might put on there, and I mean, that helps, really, by doing that, it helps more people by doing the 5, 10,
Anybody that's been here
15.
5 years would see a benefit.
They would see a benefit, and not just somebody that's had to be here 20
With the
years.
exception of the ones that aren't included, of course.
Well,
So, you know, at this point, fine.
You have to jail.
Well, we don't have that many 20-year people.
Well,
I think now
of
you
your
could-
deputies, you've got the top 4 that are at 20 or above.
So we can help the whole.
Cole, Frazier, McNeil, and Shea.
Well, Frazier won't be eligible because he's gonna be the sheriff, so he's
Right,
out.
but those are your 4 that are at that mark. But you've also got the next,
You got several coming along that won't be that far away from that.
right. But you look at the turnover that job specifically has, and hell, even the jailers and the dispatchers. Yeah, rewarding them for staying, you know, another 5 years and getting beyond 20. I mean, that'd be huge.
Well, I
See,
remind
you put it
everyone.
on the bottom and help more, you know, help the ones.
I
that are just
remind
maybe
everyone that
5.
they don't lose it at 20, folks. I mean, you still
Oh,
get the
no,
$15,
no.
the 15-year one. I mean, it's an every year thing, right? So
Right.
you don't lose it. I mean, it just doesn't go up anymore. But if you add something at the 5, 10, and 15-year mark, everybody benefits, including those that have hit the 15 number. I mean, at some point you stop. I don't know where the point is. I don't know if it's 15, 20, 25, 30. I don't know what the number is. But at some point you stop.
I think it goes bottom up and then everybody.
I mean, I kind of like the idea of giving it to more people, more than I do just tacking on it another, so the deputy, if you went 2,000 or it's 8,000 at 20 years, or the courthouse is 4,000 at 20 years. If you added 500 at each level, the civilian, and 1,000 to the deputy, with each level, everybody gets something more out of it.
Include the 20-year people.
Including the 20-year people.
It's a win it's a win for anybody that stayed with us.
Yeah, I'd rather go that route.
Let's do it.
Is that good, Karen?
Absolutely.
Now, that'll have to be done in a separate resolution, because we'll have to amend our resolution to do that, but it'll be figured in within the budget. So you'll see that, we'll do it September, October, we've got time to amend that resolution to make it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
next.
before the end of the year. We probably shouldn't have let Meese get away without talking about whether or not we're gonna try to get the $2,000 out of ART for people. But we'll have to have that conversation. Currently, all of our public safety people get $2,000 out of
Well,
ART.
surely they'll do that, but.
What'd that come out to total? So like
96,000. They're fully staffed. I'll skip that one for now. Are we putting a car in for the sheriff? Yes, for 53,000 for a Tahoe for 23.
Yeah, I better put it in there. He may not be able to get it. I might not be quite as, but we've got to get him, like what do you say, ordered 2 anyway, but.
No, these are that's the last batch.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean we're a batch behind even?
Yeah.
as it
Yeah.
is? Oh, I missed that.
These are the ones that we approved last year.
They've got 2 that they just put in service.
Well, then we just got one.
That was
too.
the first group, and then they just got 2 more that are sitting at the outfitters waiting to get put into service.
We better put it in, and then we can always.
They're so much better shape than they were when I got on here. It's unreal.
Well, I mean,
all I had was junk when I got on.
Justin's done a lot through commissary.
Of course, he's
tried to.
spent a lot of money.
He gets USDA grant on every one of them.
Been getting grants on them, and so.
Yeah. Well, they gotta have good equipment.
Well, let's put the money in, put it in there.
It's in public safety at this point.
Okay, it's in public safety.
He asked for and he talked about this, significant increases in medical, dental, meals, vehicle maintenance. What I did with that is, in most of these cases, I split that. So, I'll try to give you an example, get down to where it's at. Because we were talking about pretty significant jumps. So, we had 140,000 in prisoner medical and dental, 130. I plugged in 135. The meals, split it at half the distance between. I can.
Read yourself the numbers. What did he ask for meals, and what were they?
These are $5,000 increases in those 2. The meals are $5,000 apiece. 10,000 in medical dental. We've never given what we asked for there. The sheriff's is in there. The other one is the uniform cleaning that we talked about the other day.
Right. Well, to me, it's reasonable to split that. I mean, it's kind of a guess.
It's
Nobody
entirely
really
a guess. I
knows
mean,
what.
it's not like he comes in here and he needs money for feeding him because he's filled the place up all the time. We're not going to do it. So,
I mean, for our purposes, why it's probably at least you've increased it.
yeah. So that's where that stands. Okay, so those are the things I had there. Let me look at this now. public defender. Asked for 200 and we submitted, and I know where this is going, so shoot the messenger, but we're gonna deal with it. They asked for $241 and then send a budget request yesterday of 280 something, or day before. Tell I what, 288, 500. You know, I went to that meeting about this over in Vermillion County, and it was basically not going to cost anybody much of anything anymore, and now we're up $40-some thousand in a request now. So I'm not thrilled at that to say the least, but I also know that we're pretty much on the hook for it.
It seemed pretty significant increase to me. I wasn't surprised, but you know, man.
Blindsided 40,000.
Well, it's
It's essentially the cost of one attorney.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Got you over barrel.
Well, I've already, it's one of those, it's the flaw with when you have one of these setups. I mean, there's a lot of synergies to it, and I think it's a good thing, I really do, because I think there's a lot of struggles in that line of work and trying to find people to cover, but you also lose complete oversight of it. I mean, there's nothing to say, now wait a minute here, you know, $700,000 budget, you know, can you whittle 5% out of that somewhere? Can you squeeze 5% somewhere and get everybody back in line or something? You know, that's all it's going to do. That's what it's going to cost. And
yeah. Here's your bill.
There's your bill.
Do we have a choice?
No, I know. We don't
I don't really think we have a
but-
choice. I mean,
I don't like getting back in the corner like that, but
well, I don't think they did that on purpose. I mean, they're just starting the thing out, so I'd say we give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean,
I agree.
it makes it tough for advertising purposes and everything else, though, a little bit. I mean, it kind of.
No, it's in the general fund thing.
Yeah, I know,
You
but
whittle
it's
some things
still,
down,
I
you gotta-
really don't. You know, we
I don't like
advertise, I
that.
don't like it.
And I want them to submit a budget that's reasonably close. I mean, it's one thing you come in and somebody comes in, well, I didn't expect this $5,000. All right, we're working through it.
40's a bit much.
I changed a few of them to try to make salaries work.
Like you said, it's just first go around at it, so maybe they'll come closer next
Well, I
next
think
time.
that's one of the things we need to do this time next year. If he comes in here and asks for another big raise, then I think we need to have the talk then.
Right.
You
You
know,
need to
we
submit something reasonable.
need to be submitting reasonable and you need to justify what you're asking for. I mean, I know that Judge Swaim and the other judges have worked hard just to try to make this work, and it's the first one in the state, so.
Well,
You know, I commend them for even caring enough to even do it, really. I know the judge doesn't want to have to deal with the public defender part of it, and creates a conflict, but at least they did something. I mean, they just didn't sit and do nothing.
And they're strictly guessing because they don't know.
It's a guess. I think they're guessing too. So I guess you leave it in there then. I guess that's what.
Well, we're on to put it in there. The auditor and I spoke. I mean, that public defender line in the general fund is full of salaried lines. There's 3 salaried lines. We're gonna roll all that into a service contracts line because the way this is gonna work is that the auditor's office is gonna cut a check to the public defender board and be out of the business of issuing 1099s, W-2s, all that crap to these people. So we're gonna put that in one line. It'll get those 3 items out of the salary ordinance
they can get with it.
done. So,
Because Vermillion's gonna be the, whatever they call that.
the keeper of the sword.
Keeper of the sword.
The host entity or whatever, I don't exactly remember that term.
Shutdown's gonna be written out for Vermillion.
I haven't
Well,
heard, they'll
probably-
have to settle.
Yeah, I'll have to ask them.
I don't know, probably the district, but I have no idea. No idea. That's the last thing I really had questions about that I needed people besides the salary.
I know, I was gonna say, what about solid waste?
I put it in there.
So we put that in there. I don't know what else people do use the thing. I mean, you can go out there and they use it.
It's full all the time.
Oh, I know.
It's full all the time.
I
swear.
know. We use it, I mean, we just use it for newspapers, and we got lucky to cram them in there.
Where all that stuff comes from.
But
It's
then,
better than being in the ditch.
she was saying that most of this stuff ends up going straight to landfill.
Yeah, of course,
Yeah,
that's
they just sort
that's
through and
the
get what they
downer
can
of all
use.
of this green stuff that everybody wants to
But
do. It
if
makes
we-
them feel good because we're recycling, but it's
So at
still
that
going to
point-
landfill, guys. We're still putting it in Mother Earth.
Yeah. But at that point, you can't put just dumpsters out there, because then you have couches and mattresses and everything else, and it'd just be a junk yard. You know, so.
I think it's a good program.
Yeah.
I jest.
Yeah, absolutely.
I jest. And it does seem like she's whittling down her balance, which is what we want.
Yeah.
Maybe not as fast as I'd like, but. Okay, all right, move on.
This never came up today. It was a request back, a little while back. The commissioners have moved forward on, and I'm getting real deep in this, but moving towards the Microsoft system through the county government. So using Outlook and Microsoft 365 and so on and so forth. And if any of you that are in here know more about this, I'm speaking out of turn, speak up. But one of the things that was requested in that of us was to look at making a line that's just for IT. So I put that in the commissioner's budget. I will then.
With this cost of what it's costing us for the emails every month and.
Yeah, it'll include that. Now, my intent is that I'm cutting out of other places that the Harris and Manatron and those will move into that too. So this is a big number. It's $200,000 what I plugged into it at this point to move all that stuff into one line. So that,
everything we do with IT.
right. So when this thing gets adopted, there's not going to be the rainy day zeroed, right? So there's not spending for Harris and Cleaver out of rainy day. It's going to be in that line right there. Now that line can be moved somewhere else down the road if it needs to be, but in this budget it's set there. And so I'm just telling you that, I'm telling the group that I don't know if that number's right, I made it up.
Because
My handiwork, I made it up.
That email's in quite a bit of an increase.
It is, it's a significant increase, but it comes with the security, it comes with the ability to get cyber security insurance and all the other things that go along with that that's important, right? Because
Right, have to have.
there's been ransomware cases in counties in this state that don't want to get into this business, right? So that's all comes along with that. It's that website, I don't know if there's a maintenance fee for that through the state, that'll end up in there, things like that all needs to be
Put it on line.
bam, right there, because right now it's spread out in about 4 or 5 different lines, and we may not have them all, and really, you and you need to be the ones really hearing the most of this is when it comes time next year that we're paying these invoices and getting ready for them at this point and so on. That's the intent with this line, okay?
Right, I'm just kind of concerned because I know that with that new website, that new email is a large increase.
Yeah, and it may not be enough, that may be something we have to deal with next year, maybe put more in it. I plugged that number in there as a guess. That even intended for the copiers to go into that.
Well, something you can watch, as we start using now, Devin, if you see there's not gonna be enough, why, you'll have to come to us or tell us. that-
I get at, I asked you earlier what we paid Manatron or what they call themselves now, right? Or if it's office specific now, it don't move. It stays in your office. If it's, you'll lose if we were to do the Xsoft thing, then you would be able to shed AS2 because you're the only one that uses it. But that doesn't get the Platt office out of the WTH. Okay, that's not
Or
doing
us, 'cause
this.
I use
Or
it
you
all the time.
you out of that, right? So I'm not talking about department specific software deals or whatever. This is the stuff that we pay for everybody, handled through the commissioners more or less with a contract.
Correct.
Goal is that it all ends up in that line. If there's not enough, fix it next year. Fair enough? Everybody good with that?
It's all good, by all means.
All right. Salaries.
Okay, you want me to start or you start?
You feel more than free, you're the president.
All right, so in the past few years, we have been given some sort of flat type raise, whether it's 500, 750, 1,000, I think is the most we've given. And the theory, I think, and Roy, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the theory was to try to help, especially those people that don't make as much, or as they're on the lower end of the salary schedule. That helps them.
Well, it's it's easier.
It's a larger percentage, if you wanna figure it in a percentage, for those people. But we're kinda coming to the time now, and where that's catching up with us. Those people that make more have maybe, I don't want to say suffered, but haven't haven't seen the increases maybe they should have. So in some of the discussions, why I was thinking maybe that we ought to go do a percentage this time. And it doesn't mean, we can always go back to doing a flat rate, and I don't know what money will look like in a couple of 3 years. I mean, we have, I'm not gonna say we have a lot of money, but we have, I think, enough that we can make this work. In looking at we all know what inflation's doing. I need to tell you, go through that. We can't give a 9% raise, which is what inflation is, but I think we can give a 5%. I mean, it's a nice, I think it's a nice increase for our people. I think it shows that we really, all you've said here and heard all morning is that we can't get help. We need more people. We need to be more competitive. I think this is the year to do that, or we can help ourselves. I think a 5% raise is a nice raise, or a good raise. I mean, it's probably never enough.
Are you gonna do that across the board, or?
I was gonna do it across the board.
No,
I mean, I need to, yeah.
This is the salaried side.
People are on salary.
That's what that's what I
salary.
basically meant.
Yeah, on a salary. I'm not getting into the people that are
Hourly or whatever.
Well, we'll get there, but
Yeah.
that's not what I'm talking about. This is just the people that have a salary.
So
a
this
5%.
is full and part-time salaried individuals.
Yeah, we
Okay.
salaried
Yes,
individuals.
salary.
That's
Full and
including
part-time.
the county commissioners and council.
Well,
I have not
I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about our people.
We're not gonna get anything.
Our people
We're not
that.
gonna get anything.
So, well, we can have that discussion too. But no, I'm not talking about us. So I'll open it up for, Roy probably has some more color to that. I mean, he's studied it a lot more than I have.
I don't have a lot of color to add to it. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
This discussion of a 5% increase is a salaried discussion. The hourly, we'll deal with.
Deal with the hourly.
You want an example?
Of the 5%.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so I will give you a few examples just to show you, or to give you an idea of what this is about. All right, so for the clerk,
Okay.
that would be would go to 37,538 from 36,750, so that is $1,800 almost. A first deputy would be 30,818. Sorry, I please back up on what I said because I looked at the wrong column. The clerk would go to 37,538 from 35,750, so that's almost a $2,000 increase. The first deputy to 30,818 from 29,350, so that's almost $1,500. A second deputy, so these three basically apply throughout the whole building. 29,873 from a 28,450, so that's almost $1,400. This does not apply into stipends and so on and so forth.
Because this is on their base. This is not on
base salary.
If you qualify for longevity, if you qualify for something else, it is not on that. It is on your base.
The treasurer and recorder, 37,013 from 35,250. So you can.
You told me what I was just curious.
$1,800 raise, basically.
The sheriff, the matron's increase, which applies to the deputies, 40,425 from 38,500, so $1,975 or $1,925.
So those are, in my mind, pretty decent raise.
How do we compare to the other counties around us? Where will we rank?
Don't do all
We'll
that.
still be
Don't let the
behind.
department heads
We're
do it.
still at the bottom of the barrel.
Well, let's
that's-
look at it from this perspective, okay? Because you had the judge come in and talk about his, right? And he asked for what he said was 5, but it was 10%. Okay, so he asked for a 10% to put him in the window of what, for his reporter, of what he felt like was appropriate. The reporter's salary at a 5% would go to $36,593 when he asked for $38,335. But you also tack now $3,500 onto that for longevity, and that salary now is $40,000, which is $1,700 more than he asked for. Because in his own words, when we met with him, I didn't realize they got longevity.
They didn't tell
So
me.
he's ahead of that. How does that compare? Well, he said Vermillion makes 42, right? Well, we're knocking on that door, I guess.
I think it depends on the position more than anything.
And it
In
depends
terms
a lot
of-
on that. I
In
mean,
terms of
it's-
where we look, or, you know, as
I
compared
don't
to
know
other
the answer
counties.
to that because I didn't, I haven't done a big salary.
Well, in all my years as a superintendent, I wanted my staff to be competitive with the 5-county area and be very competitive. And my school boards always had the same approach.
Mhm.
We didn't have to be number 1.
No.
We didn't want to be number 5,
No.
number 6. That's why I asked the question.
I can tell you-
To me, that's the bottom line.
I can tell you on the sheriff's department side, we're at the bottom. But
I rest my case.
for the courthouse employees, I think it's position specific, depending on the county. I don't have an answer to that one.
Well, that's kind of what I have in mind. I mean, we're welcome to tweak it, or we can turn around and if you want to discuss it flat, just as well. I mean, there isn't any easy answers on this. I mean, I think, my thinking is with the 5% plus those that would boost the longevity, it's gonna be, a decent raise for people. We all know the times we live in with inflation and everything costs more. It just.
Not much we can do.
Well,
Are you happy with that, or you unhappy, or I mean, I guess I wanna
Am
hear
I
some
happy?
suggestions.
No, but.
make a different proposal.
Well, yeah, if you have something
No.
else to suggest,
No,
well, this is why
real-
we're here to have the discussion.
So-
Reality check 5's probably
On the-
minimum you get by with.
Yeah. I mean, with inflation and everything, I mean, you're losing 10% right there. So, I mean, if you're making 40 grand, you're losing
Yeah.
4.
You don't really get 2 of it back.
I did look at, all the years I've done the budget, and compared it, the raises that we've given compared to inflation. Up through now, and I used the 5% number to finish this, it's just something to throw in there. And it's kinda like John said, the lower end of the spectrum in the salary range in this county has outpaced inflation. Not ain't by much, a couple percent. The higher end has not. It's been 2 to 3 the opposite direction. And that's the nature of the flat raise, right? Is that the bottom end has been, everybody's moved up together, right? At the same exact, the splits between an office holder, the first deputy, the second deputy has not changed. In the whole time I've been on the council, this would be the first time it changes that. Now that gap widens out against it. That's with 9% inflation in there and a 5% increase is what it is. We've kept up. I'm not toting my horn about keeping up with inflation. That's not my point. I'm just saying it's not that we have completely lagged behind it. It hasn't. We were way behind before that, before I started writing this budget. I don't know. I mean, I didn't do it then. But I do know since then we've pretty well kept up with it.
I know we're talking about salaries versus hourly rates, I guess my biggest question at this point, like moving EMS to hourly, that's awesome. Are we gonna do the same thing for the dispatchers? And are we gonna give what was asked? That 1778 number, if I remember correctly, is $38,831 and change. Built-in overtime and longevity, most of your dispatchers are going to be making more than a brand new sheriff's deputy, making more than your jail sergeants and your jail commander. Is that something that we want?
I'm not inclined to accept Chris's theory at this point. We can revisit that again some other time, but he only wants that just because he says it's easier to calculate, which we have a new auditor coming in. I would like to have her hear from her about that, and once she's gone through that a year before we start that. He doesn't really have that good of a reason to do that, so that's really not something that I think we want to do at this time. I'm not saying it's a terrible idea, but it just doesn't. It's so low on the priority list right now from what all we have to deal with EMS and stuff. We've helped them as it is, and they're just going to stay how it is.
I'm going to
If Mary Ann wants to come back and say next year, oh, this is a nightmare, and we need to do something, well, I'll be glad to listen. But until you've dealt with it a year, we're going to leave it as it is.
I'm here to tell you that it comes to the jail officers and the dispatchers over the last couple of years have received a substantial raise.
Yes.
Substantial. Okay. We've gone from sub to at $30,000 a year job to what now very possibly ends up being, a $36,000 a year job roughly. In
plus the built-in
in
overtime.
2 years plus the overtime.
Yep.
This went from 30 to 36.
You're correct.
20%. Okay, those jobs way outpaced inflation because, and it was important, and I'm glad we did it. But you made a good point. You switched the dispatchers to that for really not a really good reason. They're making more than a new deputy.
There's no good reason to do it. I mean, if Mary Ann wants to come in next year and say, hey, we need to do something, why, we'll listen. But that's a non-starter with me.
So is there anything else about the general increase
Well, let's just go a little bit. Let's just carry. That we can't afford this. I mean, that ultimately that's where it all boils down to. Can we afford it? You've worked the numbers. We can afford this and still feel like that we aren't spending absolutely every dollar by doing this.
We are going to retain. Now, mind you, not a lot of the changes we've done today I haven't plugged in here just because it was easier just to follow along. We will retain reasonable balances in the funds that matter. About 30% in the general. That's not a bad place to be. 30% reserve. It's not excessive by any stretch of the imagination, and it's not cutting it down to the bare bones.
We've used some of that for the last couple of years.
We've used a little bit of it, but revenues have been good, and we've been able to keep it sideways while doing some investments in salaries and other things, right? All right, revenues has still been all right, but if and when the recession comes, we are subject to that fall the income tax, and that's will take a hit. Seeded has good reserve. There's a lot of highway money going into that thing now. And that's good. Good thing. The CCD, I took a lot out of CCD this year. Because we've ridden that thing down to the nub for a while, so it's its year to get a recharge, so it's going to build up some reserve this year. Public safety is is going to have an RI reserve in it as well. It's kind of been recharged over the last couple of years as well. We've taken some salary money and moved it back into general for a while to build it up, and so it's going to be there for when the income taxes fall. Can we afford this increase? Yes, we can afford this increase. You know, it's let me see, what was the growth in property taxes? It was $193,000, and at this point, if we were to do everything that we were talking about, hourly and the whole 9 yards, we're talking about a $256,000 increase in salaries and almost a $600,000 reduction in the budget from last year. A pretty good swing there. All subject to some change here. Biggest one in this probably defender. I proposed, I built the model this way. I proposed a 25-cent increase to the basic part-time rate from 12 to 12.25, and the permanent part-time from 12.75 to 13. I proposed a 75-cent increase to the highway. That's not quite 5%. They did get a $3 an hour increase last year.
Yeah, they got a big one last year.
Yeah, just highways.
That was highway.
Because it was $3 we gave them in the middle of last summer.
Last summer. Yeah.
So, you know, I felt like, what'd you say?
75
cents. I mean, you know.
That's the out of all the funds and reserves and all that stuff.
That's the one that's gonna be
That's
close.
the one. That's the one. It's the highway. And it has been the last couple of years. I mean, we're pushing them to do more. We're spending a bunch of money. This cost of everything gets, I think me said last time we talked about it, $176,000 in the last crossing bid.
For a mile of blacktop.
It was 100.
It was
for
100, and now it's 176.
176. So, I mean,
I'd say it's the best we could do.
So 5% for the salaried positions, and then we went over the part-time and permanent part-time. What were we gonna do for EMS?
well, we haven't set that rate yet, right? What I am going to do regarding the budget itself, that the rest of it becomes a salary ordinance question. What I'm going to do is pass through her proposed salary numbers instead of making any adjustment to them, carry them over. That is, and if you look in your book, you can see it, but that goes from on the EMT's lines, this is 9 people rolled into this, 284,850 to 311,850. Now, along with this is we take them out of the ARP calculation. Okay? So they come out of that. So you got to roll this 12 individuals, $24,000 more into that line, come out of ARP into there. The calculation at just a percentage increase is 299,000, and I was going to carry the 311,850 over, which in theory doesn't cover what I just said would happen, right? But deal with that later if we have to, or short, whatever. That 311, I don't know if that maths out right. I mean, that's what she calculated up the first time, and that's where I was leaving it until we settle what these rates are. I don't know what they are.
So did you say, I probably said, so we're gonna settle that later at the salary ordinance?
I don't care if we settle it now or later.
Well,
but-
I don't either. I mean, I guess it's as if, are you prepared to settle it now? I mean, you're the one that has to kind of do the calculations. So.
Well, at this point, I just told you what I'm going to do with the budget. And I'm gonna carry the numbers
Well, it's two
over
different
to that.
things.
It's
I
two
mean,
different
you
things.
can,
And the rest of it is me writing the salary ordinance, right? So it's, when I write the salary ordinance, there will be lines, the budgetary lines in those, in their salary lines, their field supervisor lines. So the supervisor and the regular EMT get paid a little bit different, so she only gave you 2 rates, but it's really 4. The paramedic stipend, that's an additional salaries. That comes out, except for the $5,000 for the director. that one stays, but the rest of it comes out, because that's now rolled into their hourly rate, so that number, vanishes. And so in the salary ordinance, then I will basically have sublines underneath each one of those, and then over on the far right, it'll be an hourly rate of whatever that number is we decide it is. That's how we do the highway. I mean, put that bucket of money that's in the laborers line or the truck drivers or whatever, that bucket of money is there. And then that, underneath that, there's the CDL, non-CDL, and then like the laborers, there's the seasonal line, and that one's lower rate, it's part-time. And those 3 hourly rates are listed under. And that's how I intend to handle this one if we set the rates.
Okay, well, I can do whatever you guys want.
Okay, so she threw a number.
1825 for the medics, 1425 for EMTs.
Is that what it was?
Yep.
Okay, 1425 and 1825. All right, so I had done some math of this myself, based on a 48-hour week, built-in overtime of 8 hours. Okay, but I did not include those 8 hours. It was just a 48-hour work week after week after week, right? And came out, basically took their salaries that they have this year, added 5%, 2,000, and come out at 1412 and 1622. Now, with that being said, that is the lowest number you're going to come up with in any one of these calculations, because I'm taking it over 48 hours, right? When she did it over 40, it was 17 and 1950. When you add the 8 hours of overtime in, you can work it down more. But I'm not trying to figure out how to get it down. I'm trying to figure out how this rolls into the big number when it's all said and done. So you take, when you come back to the budget in and of itself, I talked about that. Field supervisors and the EMT line, so you've got 106,000 in supervisors and 312 in the EMTs line, and then you throw that additional salary number in there, 45. So you took 40 of that in there, because you leave the 5 for Julie. The overtime number probably doesn't end up being big enough at this point, because overtime costs are going to go up because you're not diminishing your hourly rate anymore. And I don't know what to do part-time, I just leave that alone and see what happens. But you got, $320,000, $30,000 in those, and then you've got 110 or so in the supervisors to divvy out by an hourly rate. I mean, I don't think these numbers are bad. I really thought that bottom one would be a little bit higher than that.
I do too.
Seems like a pretty good stretch between the two.
It's a wider gap than $5,000 will yield you, right? Because that's the paramedic stipend.
But she said in here this morning and said, basically, a paramedic is trained almost like a nurse, clear up until near the end.
Yeah.
So, I don't really have an objection with the.
There's a different level of care that comes with being a paramedic and having a paramedic on a truck versus just having EMT.
It's not paramedics too high, it's just is EMT high enough? That's the question. Can you get them for $14 an hour?
About 15 and 19.
Yeah.
I'm good with it. If we can make the numbers work, let's do it.
I'd feel better at that.
Well,
I mean, what you listened to was, I think it was 19 was the number she said with the paramedics.
Everybody that
through,
she's
right?
talked to, everybody that I've talked to has said the same thing. You get it closer to 19. So
Look, take all this, one of the things we said in here before her, and in my early days on this council, and rode Terry about, right, was he'd come in here in August wanting a bunch of money in part-time. Because nobody would work overtime. And he was paying all these part-time people that won't work for us, but will take his money to do it, right? Well, let's just say for the sake of argument that does recruit a couple of them paramedics that drive through here. Who have been part-timers, okay? Who are currently part-timers and have been for at least 5 years. Guess what else they're eligible for at that point? They're eligible for longevity because they're employees, even though they're part-time. That is included in the resolution. As long as they didn't break that part-time part. and break, have a break in there, right, as long as they did it. Now you're making, and then you throw in the fact that they're $200,000 away from being self-sufficient, and we make an income tax change and take some pressure out of this general fund with them after this next year.
It's a huge change.
There's not a hospital in this county. You gotta get outside of this county to get to one.
So
And
what
they
that
gotta keep
means is you gotta
alive.
live long enough to get there.
They gotta keep you alive
That's
to
what
get
that
there.
means.
I propose 15 and 19 as the starting point for this.
I like it.
Well, I'm fine with it too, but then the onus becomes out there then, that
I
you
know.
need to produce.
I hear
And that
ya.
means
I hear
I
ya.
wanna see, you don't wanna hear, well, we can't get anybody because we don't pay. So the onus goes back out there then.
Remember, you haven't said that to the highway after $3.
Well, maybe I need to. Maybe I need to. That's why I'm saying it today.
Okay. All right, so I'll put that in my notes.
Okay, what else? We hassled that out.
I don't think there's really much of anything else, but Stephanie's here, so we can hear from her on the LCC.
Okay, well, we can. That's a good thing you're here, but.
I was in Clinton in a meeting. And
Oh, that's all right. You ready? Go right ahead. You got that. I don't
Under the court.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
do you?
It's a second one.
I have a do you have a copy of this?
Yeah, they do, and
Okay.
look, it's a drug-free community when you get to that, fellas.
Yeah,
1148.
And it's basically, the requested amount in each category is the same as last year. And the money is funded through fines and fees that are collected through drug and alcohol-related arrests. I understand that a percentage of that goes to the state, and then a percentage stays here in the county to be used for this drug-free community fund. Our Parke County Local Coordinating Council assists through grants the area schools. They receive grants if they submit an application for Red Ribbon Week in the schools, where they have, it's a week-long program where they do educational pieces. They do, they have contests, and they win prizes and that sort of thing. And all the schools in the county have received funds. They receive up to $1,000 for Red Ribbon Week activities. And then also the schools have, Parke Heritage has received funding for vape detectors. They've also received funds for drug kits, that if they suspect that a child or a teenager is under the influence, they can actually do the test there and hopefully do some kind of intervention. And then we've also assisted the law enforcement group with National Night Out. They were granted $8,000 this year for National Night Out, which was held during the fair.
That's huge, popular. That's a popular event.
Yeah, and then also we've the probation drug court. We've helped them with the expense to attend their national conference, and and also we've helped the Montezuma Police Department with radar equipment to get that area I think it's 1 million, but, to help him get started over there and assist with the cost of things. So does anybody have any questions about what our funds are used for?
We don't have any question about what it's used for, but I do have a question about the revenue. How much revenue are you getting a year?
Well, sometimes it depends. I believe over the last several years, it's decreased some, but it usually stays around, let's see if I can figure this out. Our revenue, I don't know. I don't have that form with me. Approximately.
The reason I'm asking the question, there's always a reason, is that when I pulled your revenues and plugged them in, calculated everything, the fund's not gonna be solvent if you spend the $68,000 that you're requesting. Because at this point, the revenue for this year is short of $15,000 so far, and that is up through this morning. So my cautionary tale here is that we have a request of $68,000, and I'm not making any case or argument about the things that you've done are good and stuff, but I don't expect that you're going to get $51,000 in revenue either. And if not, this thing will run out of money.
Right.
Okay. Because to make this thing solvent, I jack the revenue up because I don't want to pull that out right now. But you can't spend more than there's in there. So.
What do you have that's in there?
What's that? The revenue?
And what carries over from the last year?
The fund balance right now is $43,246. Okay. That's as of right now. All right, so that's short of that, of course. It started at $52,000 beginning of the year.
Okay.
And when I pull up, let me go get.
So really, what's been happening is you've been digging into your reserves a bit then, I would assume from what I'm hearing. Is that a fair statement? Or you've had money left over and then you've carried it over? Which is perfectly fine, but you know, as you dig into it, why eventually
last year's revenue was $33,700. Okay, and we're budgeting $68,000. So that catches up after a while. Now, if the revenues are going to turn around and go back up in the $50,000-$60,000 range, then it's fine. But my only point I'm making here is not anything other than to make this thing solvent, to make it work without cutting you out. And in this, I ran the revenues up a little bit, but if it doesn't, that will exhaust the balance next year. So
just need to know that. I mean, that's nothing that you can. Your revenues are what they are, but just so you know, or kind
keep an eye on the spending is, I guess, the point here. Right?
So you see what happens.
Okay.
I mean, do more of your revenues come in the second half? There are situations, or you get your revenues monthly or quarterly. How do your revenues come in? Or
I don't know the
I don't
answer.
have the arrow in front of me. I don't. If I had my computer, I could be able to tell you.
Well, I mean, so far this year, you're 14.7, and this is the 18th of August at this point, and last year it was 33 something, 34. So, I mean, you certainly are over half of that at this point. So it sounds like it's somewhat, just reading 20 couple data points here, it's relatively consistent, right? There's not a big chunk of money coming in at the end of the year at this rate.
well, certainly something you're going to need to keep an eye on because because you cannot obviously you can't overspend. So the auditor will be letting you know that you're if you're in the red.
You're not going to make it this year either, but next year is the one where it's going to be really very possible to happen if the revenues we don't find some more people.
Okay. Well, that can be lowered. what is required of that, our balance by the Criminal Justice Institute is that we take our what the amount of money that carries over plus our revenue for last year and divide that by 4. But that each category
Each
gets
line
the
gets
same
that much.
the same amount. So I know, and their calendar is different than our budget
Right.
calendar.
And now, I
So-
would remind, you also only spent $41,000 last year out of the 68,138, so.
We would, so by leaving it where it's at now, and watching it closely throughout the rest of the year, that's doable from your.
I'm gonna leave it alone for now. All I really was giving you is a cautionary tale and
Okay.
careful.
Giving you a warning.
That's it. I'm giving you a warning. This is your first warning on, because next year I'll set the revenues at what they actually are and we'll cut them. If we get carried away and we do that. No. You keep it under control and don't outspend the revenue by
I just
too
don't
much.
outspend it.
We don't have
That's
any
the only
problem.
thing.
I don't have any problem with that.
More money comes in.
I do that in multiple different funds in this budget.
Well, we can't overspend, that's the
Right.
thing. We just can't
There's some
overspend.
that's just an unspoken statement.
I
We
just
can't
wanna make sure you
department
knew
head
about
and
it, so that you didn't say, oh, well, nobody told me,
So
so.
don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
Tighten your belt.
Well, you
Just keep it under control.
Just keep an eye to it, that's all.
Yeah.
And I just don't want you to overspend it and not have,
Right.
run out your balance and then be negative and then the auditors will be mad and the board of council will be mad.
Always afraid you're gonna lose your
I'm gonna be
salary,
mad.
so be really careful.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate you coming in, sorry to run you over, but those things are so much better handled in person, when we can
Sure.
have the interaction and that sort of thing, so, appreciate your time, and,
You're right.
Well, thank you.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
One addition I forgot, on the EMS thing is that the supervisors get paid a little bit more, so I propose a quarter. That's roughly what the math works out for what their difference
For a
is.
supervisor.
For a supervisor. A supervisor gets given about a quarter more. So 15, 25, 19, 25. Okay, that's fine, I will progress with that. I have no further questions or decisions that I think I need made by the group. I will answer any questions that anybody has about anything that's in it.
Can I get a raise?
Well, we
Well, it
did.
didn't sound like Butler wants you to have a raise.
Butler doesn't want you to have one.
He don't, well, he can't even ride his motorcycle.
I rode it right down that ditch. I'll let you.
Stay with it, stay with it, I'd probably bail off if I could've.
Rode it to the bottom.
Right until she quits, right?
She quit.
Now, like I said, I'll answer any questions anybody has about anything that you heard today, want to know if it's in or out or what. But pretty much everybody got what they asked for.
I'd say yes.
I mean,
What else?
there's an awful, this is by far and away the in a budget, the most that I've carried numbers over. Just carried them. Now, part of it's because wasn't a lot of extraneous asks.
No, but we don't have any choice.
But, most of the thing, inflation, it's a real thing, you carried a lot of it over, so.
We're not coming back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, they're yours to keep. I mean, keep it. You might want to refer back to it, or, you want to keep it for until September, or when it's yours to keep, so.
Yeah, it's yours.
Just take it with you. Yeah, it's just yours to keep. I don't know, I'll tell you what, it's the audience, I'll even let the audience, does anyone want to ask anything, or make any comment? And we'll, not real long-winded now.
Thank you. Thank you for the raises you put in for our people. I truly appreciate it.
Well, keep in mind that we've not been to adoption yet, and the budget is
I
not
understand,
final.
but.
Not final until the DLGF weighs in, but
Right, but
it'll fly.
You've considered it, and I just want you to know it's appreciated.
Well, never is it ever gonna be everything anybody wants, it's just not gonna be, but I think we can go out of here and say we really made an effort. Some will say, oh, well, I didn't get this, or.
There has been a lot of effort made in this to address these things.
You can
in the
only
last
do so
couple,
much.
3 years, and this year we've, 5% is a good commitment. It's probably not enough, never will be, but, we've tried to make it better. Hopefully it is better.
Okay, I don't hear
Well.
anything else. So, for Councilman, we always allow Roy to hire himself some help and input data. So I'm gonna fill out a claim, turn that in. Is there any objection to that? Then
Nope.
I have the claim form, so you all are okay with that?
You need a motion or anything?
No, I just want you to know about it and just want that you knew that it's already in the budget, so.
Fix it.
Is there anything
Well
else?
deserved.
I don't need anything else. I
So-
I intend to have this ready to adopt in our regular September meeting, which is the 8th, right? We'll adopt the 8th.
Warranty.
At this
September
point, yes, September the 8th.
Just call me
Oh,
again.
be
Howard.
quiet. You'll probably be trying to buy
You know-
another
you know
new
where I was when
You'll
you
be trying to
called?
buy a new motorcycle. What was you at the hospital?
Laying in a trauma center, St. Vincent's when you called. Yeah.
I'm not.
Well, that's.
Included in the 8th will be the public hearing on the changes to the local income tax rates. That has to be handled then to adopt in October, so we will have the public hearing on that.
There's no overall change in the rate, we're just shifting.
No overall change, we're moving money around from levy freeze and PTRC over to this new EMS rate. We'll go through that in the meeting, of exactly what we intend to do. I will prepare the resolutions for longevity, we will adopt them at some point. I don't intend to probably adopt the salary ordinance in September, I'm gonna wait a little while, because you all been around me long enough to know that I'm gonna miss 2 or 3 things in it and get to re-adopt it 2 or 3 times, so I'm gonna try to catch them all this time.
I think you're doing it.
Right, right.
Yeah, best of luck.